Summer
These
Games.
are top trailers for Quiet Farm, Ship of Fools, Gory, Cuddly Carnage, and the world premiere of Star Keepers right here on IGN Summer of Gaming Expo.
If that was too much excitement, relax. This next game looks extremely chill. Here's a look at Coral Island.
Get that demo right now, boys. Looks like we're in the simulator portion of the whole style of the whole trailers of the games and stuff and everything, so.
Hello again. You're watching IGN Summer of Gaming, and we just checked out Coral Island, Roots of Pacha, Super Zoo Story, and Dinkum.
But right now, let's take a quick break. IGN Summer of Gaming Expo. We'll be right back after this.
IGN Summer of Gaming 2022 is...
That's cool and all, but I don't know. Half these games look like they were from the Xbox 360 indie games, which is cool, which is fine. But they just be pumping out games all the time. But yeah. No, yeah, they're still on break. I don't know. It was just the whole situation of the whole of everything. So.
matter where you play.
You missed in the world of gaming and entertainment.
Find it all in one place on IGN.
Listen to this to Carl, because Carl's car last time.
In a world with non-stop news about Marvel, Netflix, and Star Wars, you need a show with
Okay.
Thank you so much. I want more VR.
Return to Enoch in the brand new Outriders World Slayer. Either continue your Outriders save file or jump in fresh with the level 30 boost. Here's a sneak peek of what to expect.
Welcome back to IGN Summer of Gaming Expo. Up next, a game that combines gritty, hardcore military realism about the horrors of war and adorable rodents. Here's Ratton Reich.
This reminds me of a book that I used to read. It was a comic book, and it was called Muse. And it's about how the mouse were the Jewish people and the cats were like the Nazis, but kind of like role reversal, I guess you'd say. Why does it have a sexy mouse on there? I don't know. Oh, it's food. That was pretty cool, a little bit. demo's out right now, which I don't know.
Years ago, we thought we had contained the corruption on Earth. We were wrong. The corruption has reached the colonies. If we don't stop it, humanity will have nowhere to hide. With great power, well, you know the best.
That looks kind of cool, I guess. But I don't know, like top-down shooters, I don't know. So some of them have to be fun, at least somewhat fun, I guess. River City Saga: The Three Kingdoms. That's pretty funny.
That was a look at Rat and Reich, followed by Beneath Oresa, Orcs, Superfuse, and River City Saga: Three Kingdoms, right here on IGN Summer of Gaming Expo.
And we still have more trailers. Oh look, here comes one now.
Oh snap. A cell shaded type of game.
At Jungle, we deliver the future. Right now.
What, is Amazon in the future?
Do you mind keeping watch? I need to piss.
Yeah, sure. I'm on the lookout.
Yeah, just look away.
Sure, yeah. I'll watch.
I can't go if you're looking.
Coast is clear, mate. There's only me here.
Don't look. That's what I'm saying. Just look away.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Just staring right at my crotch. Just here.
What?
Look away.
I'll look away. Sorry. Bit mesmerized there. Well, it's interesting, you know. I haven't got one of that. They look very impractical.
No watching.
Who am I going to tell? Yeah? What do you want? I can do trickling stream. I can do waterfall. And I can do rain.
I'll hold it in.
And Zelda Williams. Is that Robin Williams' daughter? The Last Worker. Play the demo. So the demo's out now.
It's been 5 years, 6 months, and 11 days since we've settled here.
Sounds like the guy from
Our ongoing
You Got the
mission
Best Guy.
to build a self-sustainable, closed ecosystem. that'll guarantee humanity's survival into the impossibly far future. The most brilliant scientific minds of our time work to ensure our species can endure our upcoming challenges, whether it's nuclear devastation or the inhospitable surface of a newly settled exoplanet. To the brilliant minds in here, the outside world is but a distant echo of our primitive past. And despite it all, my greatest fear is upon us. Our mightiest achievement has
I
turned
saw someone running.
its creators.
So is it like a Metal Gear simulator? Evil Extinction. That looks kind of cool. I just suck at stealth games. I really do. World premiere.
The American illicit drugs market is the biggest in the world. Drug barons control the multi-billion-dollar empire, and Miami is Cocaine City.
Okay, night shift just cleared the building. You've got 60 minutes to log into that cartel terminal and uncover as much of that network as you can.
Amigo.
The biggest of the cartels, Reyes Muertos, uses the World Wide Web to keep their deadly business open 24/7. The American government has been carrying out the world's biggest anti-drugs operation as Western demand for the drug almost exceeds the supply. Special police squads use intelligence reports and, more often than not, their instincts in their search for cartel smugglers. Despite law enforcement's best efforts, greater things are expected.
Damn it, one of the night shift guys just came back. Looks like he's headed your way. Get out of there. This case is blown. Meet me back at the station.
Huh. That one looks pretty interesting. That has some. I suck at games like that because sometimes I don't know what I'm doing.
Do you have any idea of the danger?
Is this the day the Earth stood still? It says pre-release. Yeah, it doesn't even look polished.
Phenomenon grows with every day. However, for one individual in our group, the physiological response has been troubling.
Lifeless
We've
moon.
made up half a year.
Lifeless planets. Lifeless worlds.
Welcome back! This is the IGN Summer of Gaming Expo, and you just got a look at The Last Worker, Evo Tinction, Vice Undercover, and Lifeless Moon. The expo might be coming to a close, but Summer of Gaming continues all throughout June. We'll be bringing you events, announcements, reveals, and more fun stuff from all around the industry, and you'll find it all right here on IGN.
And you can find IGN everywhere. IGN.com, Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, the Samsung TV app, and now you can even watch us on our Steam page.
We are winding things down, but we're not done yet. Up next, a brand new multiplayer experience in a beloved universe. Here's The Walking Dead: Last Mile.
Cool. Why does it look like it's in claymation?
Open the gate! Someone, get the dog! I've got a wounded man!
The story begins to destroy. Obviously by Meta, and I had Facebook more together. It did say, hold
The Walking
on.
Dead: The Last Mile, right here on IGN's Summer of Gaming Expo. But a friendly reminder that Summer of Gaming is going on throughout June.
That's right. Here's a quick look at what's still on the way. Coming up very shortly is day 5 of Netflix's Geek Week, which is focused on games today, and we still got the Tribeca Games Spotlight and Freedom Games Showcase.
And be sure to join us again for the Guerrilla Collective Showcase, followed by the Wholesome Games Direct and Future of Play Direct, and then the NetEase Games livestream.
And you definitely won't want to miss the Xbox and Bethesda Showcase on Sunday, followed by the PC Gaming Show.
And the PC, okay.
It's going to be a busy weekend. It's time.
Which I'll be doing, the Xbox, I'll be here on Sunday. What time did I say that was going to start?
And we still got the Tribeca Games Spotlight and Freedom Games Showcase.
And be sure to join us again for the Guerrilla Collective Showcase, followed by the Wholesome Games Direct and Future of Play Direct, and then the NetEase Games livestream.
And you definitely won't want to miss the Xbox and Bethesda Showcase
10 a.m.
on Sunday, followed by the
Pacific
PC
time, so
Gaming
around
Show.
11.
Whew, it's going to be a busy weekend. It's time for us to say goodbye, but stick around because after the break, we've got the team behind Aliens Fireteam Elite stopping by to show off the latest expansion.
And of course, a huge thank you to everyone watching at home. We'll see you next time.
Well, that's cool that they kind of got Aliens Fireteam expansion going on. I did download that game like a long time ago, so I don't know. They did say whatever's going on, Netflix.
Okay. That's right, Shadow and Bone is getting a game, y'all.
Shadow and Bone Destiny.
Hey, check it out.
A narrative RPG with roguelike elements based on the beloved show, based on Lee Harvey Woods books.
In this game, you play as your favorite characters and journey across the world of the Bleachverse in a narrative adventure to fulfill your destinies.
Along the way, you'll need to make decisions that will determine the course of your journey. It's being created by Chimera Entertainment.
And we actually learned on Monday that the production has officially wrapped on season 2 of the show. So, Shadow and Bone fans, we are eating good this year.
Whether you're a Darklina stan or at Melina,
I don't even know what's going on this side. So it's the summer of gaming for I don't know what this. So I don't know what's happening on here.
That there's a wide variety of games on Netflix.
I don't know that IGN can have like multiple IGNs.
Your second game today, and yeah, I think this is exactly for you. They finally made a game for your personal favorite Netflix show.
Nailed it.
Jeff, I'm very excited.
Too hot to handle. Oh my goodness. Coming from developer Nanobit, based off the hit, that's right, hit Netflix reality show. It is, you're right, Mari, Too Hot to Handle the game.
See, finally, Jeff. They've been listening to you.
Twitch chat, I'm sure, is just, I can't even imagine what's going on now in the chat, guys. But here you go, Too Hot to Handle. This is actual real game. It is coming to Netflix.
That's right, and just like Too Hot to Handle, the series, expect the game to feature lots of innuendos and fun plot twists, and of course, romance.
I'm just mesmerized watching the dialogue go out there. Select your outfit. Oh my God.
The game follows the TV show rules, and the player's goal is to find the best partner by going through episodes and making their own decisions. Basically, their own season. How fun is that?
Their own season. I don't even know what's going on. I don't even geek it week.
Blushes? How about you, Gorgeous? I didn't catch that. We should just read the B-roll to like finish the show. Anyways, I'm definitely not getting the prize money, I don't think. But, I'll try. Yeah, again, out of all the games that will be announced today, I will tell you, walking in the store this morning, I did not expect to see a Too Hot to Handle game. All right, well, the show is absolutely insane if you haven't seen it, so if you want to dive in while you wait for the game, Too Hot to Handle is on Netflix, the first 3 seasons.
Okay, Jeff, I don't know about
Will
you.
we recover from that, Mari?
No, I don't think there's ever recovering from that.
Season 4.
Season 4. Get this guy on the show.
All right, well, so now we gotta. Where do we go from there?
We're pivoting. We are pivoting straight to some badass action.
Okay.
I don't know about you, but my Netflix list is this conglomeration of the Too Hot to Handles, you know, the reality TV shows, and then also like epic, awesome, badass stories. So, yeah, of course we're going to talk about that.
Okay, well, we've got some epic stories and even more epic games like our next one, La Casa de Papel. This show is a global phenomenon, and now Netflix has partnered with the developer Killisoft to put you behind the mask.
Intriguing. This is an adventure game featuring an original standalone story set in the La Casa de Papel universe.
It's got a cool cell shaded look. I wouldn't expect that.
Yeah. Are you ready to sneak by cameras, crawl through vents, hack security systems, and
Why is it got to be a mobile game? Is it just like a mobile game
biggest heist?
showcase?
Metal Gear Papel.
Yeah, that's right.
I like mobile games have its own way, and I know they're really trying to integrate, and I understand the whole, and I completely understand about the whole situation of like how Diablo people were like, you all got phones and everything, but I'm like, those are phones, man. Those are mobile stuff. You can't just be like, oh. It sounds like a joke when you're like, oh, guys, I'm a real gamer. I got games on my phone. And you sound like a 12-year-old boy asking for your parents' phone. You're asking if you got games on your phone. I don't know. I mean, mobile gaming has reached to the point where it does look good on a mobile game. But at the same time, it just doesn't seem to be that well and compelled, you know? It just doesn't. So, I don't know. How was it done?
The past few years, we all remember when the Queen's Gambit inspired a chess revolution.
That's right. Everyone was watching that show, and then everyone was playing chess.
Chess isn't always competitive. Chess can also be beautiful.
Now you can enter Betsy's world because there's a new game coming out from developer Ripstone, inspired by the Queen's Gambit series.
More like Rip Games.
That's right, and it's not just a chess board. We have the first ever look at the trailer for the game. Let's check it out.
I can see these all being like Steam games. Like I said, they look good as like a Steam game. Johnny Depp. Queen's Gambit Chess.
This game serves as a love letter to the series. You can really see it with the aesthetics already. You can play competitors online like we just mentioned, or you can play against characters from the series in beautiful settings. That's probably how we would play, right? Not online, but just
Beautiful, relaxing game of chess. You can learn chess with Mr. Scheibel, compete with Borgov, or
Jeff
challenge
Keighley.
Beth to matches, speaking of lovely locations, in the park.
lovely. Let's take a look at all these locations. You can play in Beth's house as her career grows.
Of course, yeah, Beth's house, that's the way to do it. Also, apparently you can go to the orphanage where Beth learned how to play chess. Fun fact.
And how about Las Vegas? Because that's where she ultimately faced her test.
A little Vegas chess game at the bar, sure.
Yeah, and plus, there's tons of puzzles and challenges to keep your skills.
Check.
Checkmate.
Check it out. If you want more info on how to play the Queen's Gambit, check out Netflix Geeked on Instagram.
Jeff does not look like he's having fun.
Oh my God, last year we had so much fun talking about this, and now it's back.
That's right. Next up, we have a show based on a game, based on some old-timey cartoons, if that gives you a little bit of a hint.
And it's a knockout!
Yeah.
Oh, it's Cuphead. Welcome to the Cuphead Show.
The Cuphead show, oh my God, this is honestly one of my favorite shows.
Yes.
On Netflix. I love the game. The new DLC Delicious Last Course is actually coming out later this month. We just showed some stuff off at Summer Game Fest for that. But this show is so fun because the characters actually have voices. Cuphead is always getting Mugman into trouble, and it's so delightful, and I love that they're little snackable episodes. They're like 10 minutes long. I have so much fun watching.
And there's nostalgia in the way that it is animated, of course, but it's also fresh. Gosh, it is so good. And the music is so good. Oh, yeah.
No, it's like it brings so much more to the Cuphead lore when you play Delicious Last Course. I think it's going to mean that much more to you now because we've watched these episodes. The thing also is that Cuphead is a very difficult game, so I kind of like that you can just watch this show and not have to worry about dying every 15 seconds.
True. But the same screaming as me playing the game.
Screams of joy, though.
Screams of joy and laughter, yeah.
Now, if you guys love the Cuphead show like me and like Mari, well, get ready to double down. Check this.
Gosh, fellas, I'm sorry I got you tossed in the hoosegow. The Slam, the Crowbar Hotel, the Stony Lonesome, the Convict Condo, the old Hooba Dooba.
Hooba Dooba.
I'm here for the
Is it season 2?
Fat chance. Now let's square and catch that picture show. We're shoving off.
Who's the host with the most? You are, you handsome devil.
Bite your tongue, or be sore and bite its core.
You can bite it or I can bite it, but either way, it's gonna get bit.
Let me introduce you to some friends.
Here a couple of hot tomatoes. Mum's the work. It's a secret. Here goes nothing. Gee, what's he him? Still the beans? We're just a couple of dum-dums. Sippy ding-dongs. You don't gotta know we're a couple of dum-dums. Oh, nuts. That was swell. Neat. Banana royal. Woman coronation. Dynamite.
The first season was pretty good. Most people say video game, movie, shows type. I'd like to think of this as like it's just the characters are based in a game, are based in a show. I don't know, it's just something like that.
I think that's an announcement of the Cuphead show, and I love that Miss Chalice was in that clip because she's the new playable character in the DLC that's coming out in a couple weeks.
And we were left off with season 1 being like, what else happens with her?
Yes.
What's gonna happen? Oh my goodness. Yeah, we saw some returning characters in there as well. The voices are so good.
I said that, like, those characters, you play the game and you don't really think about what they sound like in real life. And then last year we first met the characters and we heard their voice, I'm like, it's just so perfect It's exactly how you want them to sound. They have so much fun with each other. And yeah, the fact that we got the first season earlier this year and now the next batch of episodes coming in August, yeah, I'm so excited about it. It's so authentic, as you said. Like, this is exactly what I want Netflix to be doing more of, is adding lore to these gaming worlds, and Cuphead itself is such an amazing series. So yeah,
Yep.
very excited.
And if you're anything like us and you're craving some more throwback animation, old-timey music, truly just demented adventures, the Cuphead show is streaming right now on Netflix with more episodes on the way this summer.
That's right, August. All right, that's one of the biggest announcements of this show for me. And stick around, because later today, the cast and showrunners are doing a table read for a brand new episode of the Cuphead show right here on Geek Week.
So fun. All I want to hear is more of roll the dice.
Roll the dice.
Netflix has been partnering with some of the best indie devs out there, and we're going to give you an exclusive look at 3 new titles.
All right, first up, I mentioned earlier indie games. This is one that I'm very, very excited about. It's called Lucky Luna, and it comes from Snowman, who you may know as the company behind games like Alto's Odyssey and Skate City. Let's see what they've got.
Skate
This is
City.
a beautiful, original
Skate City
for Netflix. Check it out.
Oh, the art style looks pretty cool. That looks pretty cool, but it's also a mobile game too, so I don't know. Most of these mobile games look pretty decent, but at the same time,
At the same time,
probably not gonna play them.
So perfect, and this is what I want more from Netflix. It's completely original games, looks tons of fun, has that old school feel to it.
Yeah,
Feels
that
like.
8-bit vibe.
I'm very, very excited this is going to be coming to Netflix, and then we got to announce it.
Yeah, and a little bit more about it. It is a journey written in the stars.
Hidden dungeons, mythical temples, mysteries of the past. That all kind of qualifies any game to be on my list for something I want to play.
This story is inspired by a Japanese folktale called The Tale of the Bamboo Cutter. Over 1,000 years later, it's a game which is so awesome. My dad used to talk to me about this story. It was like
Really?
a
The
bedtime
Bamboo
story.
Cutter?
Yeah. I'm assuming it's the princess who is part of the moon. Like she's one of the moon people who came to Earth, and she was found in a bamboo by the bamboo cutter.
Wow.
This is all I'm piecing it together now. It's a beautiful story.
You're like
It's
an
really
expert
gorgeous.
on the bamboo cutter story.
This is kind of cringe.
I'm an expert
Oh
only
man.
if my dad said the story right. And if I was listening
I don't mean
correctly
for
as
it
a
to be
kid-
cringe, but I'm sorry, it's
What
cringe.
I love though is that this is something that's not like there's already an anime of this on Netflix and now they're making a game of it. This is a completely original experience. And it's a vertical platformer without a jump button. Keep that in mind. So you're swiping to move Luna as she plunges deeper and deeper through ancient temples and lost ruins, which is a genius way to adapt the usual console side-scrolling gameplay. It's got a story mode, special challenge rooms, and an expansive world, but you have to stay focused to avoid traps, dodge enemies, and collect pearls. That's what all those little white things are.
Gotcha. An endless mode has players competing on leaderboards to collect the most pearls or see who makes it the furthest in each of the game's various levels.
Lucky Luna, very excited to announce this, and it's coming this summer only on Netflix. Exclusive independent game from an acclaimed developer. As I said, I want to see more of this.
So how do we play these
I'm
Netflix
very
games then?
excited that we got to announce this and that people get to play it this summer.
Have you ever wished you could explore your dreams and memories?
No.
Never? That's kind of
Darn.
terrifying.
What about your nightmares? Yes.
Yes.
Gesta, The Memories Between, is a turn-based strategy game that's a mix of Into the Breach, Hades, Inception, and dodgeball. Those are four things I would not think necessarily fit together.
Yeah, no, especially the last one.
Yeah, Hades, dodgeball, Inception.
Yeah,
Into
what
the
are we
Breach.
talking about? Well, in this, you overcome broken relationships and a tragic family event, all through the medium of a surreal and exciting ball game. Let's take a look.
Mobile game for that.
This comes from a really acclaimed developer in London, Us2. Dan Gray is one of the guys that I know him well, visited the studio, and these guys have done a lot of really acclaimed independent games. And here's, again, a brand new game, which, as we heard in the description, is just like unlike anything else out there. Desta, the memories between.
I'm a sucker for isometric viewpoints in games, and just, like you said, really unexpected things that's mashed together.
And you said isometric, these guys did Monument Valley, which is a classic, incredible indie game. Had that cool, everyone remembers that game a couple years ago, and sequels, and now they've gone on to do a bunch of other really interesting, unique games. This is another one, which is, fully original story, made by an acclaimed developer and comes to Netflix. Desta, the memories between, has a roguelike structure, so the enemies and the abilities change from run to run, so it's kind of infinitely replayable.
Be sure to check out this game when it launches later this year. All right, I feel like indie game cred does not get any better than this one, Beth.
Oh wow, you're setting up something pretty big here.
Oh yeah.
All right, well, let's take a look at some games that are coming to Netflix from the one and only Devolver Digital.
Devolver has an incredible eye for stylish, exciting games across all genres.
They absolutely do. They always have fun, crazy, unexpected games, as you said. And now we have not one, not two, but 3 games coming to Netflix from Devolver.
First up, it is Reigns, 3 Kingdoms.
The original Reigns took off as a game that could be described as Tinder for monarchs.
I love
Sure,
that.
I'll go with that. You run your own kingdom, making tough decisions that have rewards and consequences, meeting other characters who can change your destiny with merely a swipe. Game that could be described as Tinder for monarchs.
I love
Sure,
that.
I'll go with that. You run your own kingdom, making tough decisions that have rewards and consequences, meeting other characters who can change your destiny with merely a swipe.
I mean, isn't that what you're doing with Tinder?
There you go. Also coming from Devolver, we have Terra Nil, the strategy city building game with an emphasis on the climate crisis. This is nice to see, right?
Yeah.
In Terra Nil, it's your job to turn a barren wasteland into an ecological paradise with flora, fauna, wind turbines, and, wait for it, water pumps.
Water pumps. We love our water pumps. Each piece of land you turn into a
Jeff
large
Keighley does not look
paradise
like he's having
will give you
fun.
points.
Well, that's just...
He's like, this is where Devolver Gaming has led to.
Warms my heart. And once you've successfully saved the environment, thank you, you turn the remaining buildings into an airship to leave the beautiful wilds to nature.
Oh my gosh.
You wouldn't
That's
expect that, right?
altruistic.
I
You
feel like we're kind of
beautify-
spoiling the game, aren't we?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's a lofty goal to want
get to your
attain.
airship?
Yeah. And then to beautify it, and then to be like, you know what? You're better off without me.
When we say
I mean,
airship, do you think
gosh.
that's like a big blimp that you get to take off in? Or do you think it's like
No, I'm thinking like
spaceship, like SpaceX rocket?
probably more that, and it's probably not steampunky if
Yeah.
we've got wind turbines and things like this.
True. See, these are all the things we're going to have to find out in Terra Nil.
And then finally, from the creator of the award-winning Downwell, it's Poinpy.
Poinpy. I think this might be my favorite name for a video game of the year so far.
Poinpy.
Poinpy. I mean, just love to say it. Poinpy. Everyone in chat right now, Poinpy.
Poinpy. Poinpy.
Type it.
Hashtag Poinpy.
That's right, exactly.
I mean, get ready to dodge adorable baddies and feed the blue beast. Yes, the blue beast that's hot on your heels.
That's all coming in Poinpy. We have the first official look at Poinpy. Big exclusive for you. Let's check it out. So there's a beast. Is Point P, what is Point P? Is Point P the character, do we think?
I think Point P might be the character.
Is
The
that like
blue
a
beast
class
is
of character? Like is Point P a specific character? You think Point P is like a species?
Oh, a species?
You look at
or
that,
a
look at that art.
character?
I'm like, it's unclear to me. Who are they? Are they Point Ps? That's like the plural of a point.
I feel like Point P must be the character. I mean, it's got a hat and stuff. You know, it's an established person knows it.
Individualized. That's Point P. There's
Right.
only one Point P.
There's
in
only
the
one
world.
Point P, or is it? I don't know. Many Point P.
It's
Feed the beast though, and then it being a cat. I feel like most pet owners would be like, yeah, need to feed the beast.
There's a lot of Point P. We need the Point P.
All right, I will be back, BRB.
Right now, so I can figure this out. I can tell you, this game, I'm sure, is going to be very addictive. The more you play, you keep going higher and higher up in the world, and the game, of course, gets harder and harder.
Yep, bouncing all over the place, grabbing fruit for the beast across randomly generated areas filled with creatures and special abilities, plus puzzle mode and endless mode, and even more.
It looks absolutely great, though, and tons of fun. And here's the big announcement. Drum roll, please. Point P is available right now.
That's right, surprise!
Shadow drop.
Netflix members around the world can play it today. Just open up your Netflix app on your phone and search for Point P to download it and play it right now.
The Summer Game Fest sensation, Point P.
Point P.
Download and play now. That's so fun. And that's what I love about, Netflix is this stuff is launching all the time and their new games constantly showing up in the app as surprises.
Yep, that's right. To say that Dota has taken the gaming world by storm over the past 2 decades is a massive understatement. Jeff, you've been to the International, right?
I have a couple times. I went to the first International that was actually in Germany back in the day, and then I've been a couple times up to the International when they did the Key Arena, which is now Climate Pledge up in Seattle, and it's such a sensation. I love, all the amazing teams that have come a part of it, and even last year we had a couple of Dota teams that were nominated at the Game Awards from Ukraine, of all places. It's a truly global game and such a phenomenon. Valve's done an amazing job with it.
So exciting being in an esports arena.
Absolutely.
My goodness.
Yeah, and Dota, people love the lore and the characters, and the game has an absolutely massive fan base. And the lore has been brought to life in the original series, Dota Dragon's Blood.
Free yourself. Your time has come.
Yep, this was when this first season came out a little while ago, and Dota fans were eating good. And I understand we have something special for the Dota fans right now. I believe I've been targeted. All right, she's
I'm sure it's nothing personal.
the arrow is headed right in my direction if I don't release all the details right now on Dota Dragon's Blood, which is set in a fantasy world of magic and mysticism. The story follows a dragon knight, Davion, who hunts and slays dragons to make the world a safer place. Is it a safer place if there are fewer dragons in the world?
I don't know.
I'm not sure that's necessarily true, right?
And not if you ask the dragons.
Exactly. I say we need more dragons in this world. Anyways.
Based on the Valve video game Dota 2, Season 3 of Dragon's Blood is coming to Netflix on
August 11th.
Oh, that's exciting. So
August 11th.
For Dota, we've got lots of cool stuff happening in August with
That's
the
right,
Cuphead show. But right now, we've got Point P. Have you guys finished your Point P download? I was gonna say, it is available right now. Now for something completely different.
How about something as thematically far from Dota as possible? Something completely, I don't know, adorable.
Are we announcing Point P2 right now?
Point P2 happening right now, downloadable.
Yes, here's a palate cleanser, guys. Roll it. I have to admit something. When I saw this in the script, after we'd done Too Hot to Handle, I'm like, Wild Things, is this a Charlie Sheen movie?
Amazing.
And I'm like,
Oh
you said completely different. I'm like, how
goodness.
risque are we getting? I'm like, no, we're going to Wild Things Animal Adventures. All right.
Yeah, I'm a sucker for these types of games where it looks like it's a match 3 and then you beautify your area. I love these kinds of things.
Look how cute that elephant is.
Yeah.
Now, what's cuter, Point P or the elephant?
Oh, man.
Poll in the chat, guys. Come on.
Poll in the chat.
No, the Wild Things are in trouble and they need your help, guys.
In Wild Things, you help these cute beasts restore their wildlands by playing games and re-beautifying and restoring their environment to health.
And who wouldn't want to help out these adorable little creatures? Help them save all kinds of places. Lush forests, tropical islands, and icy terrains, and they need your help very soon.
Very soon, yeah, because you can download Wild Things on Netflix later this month. I feel like we need a calendar. Should we get a calendar?
I was gonna say, Point P today, later this month, Wild Things.
August.
Dota, August, Cuphead. And then who knows what's beyond that. All right, well, next up, an animated series based on an absolute gaming icon.
That's right, we're talking about Sonic Prime, and we've got some very exciting news from some of Sonic's friends. Let's check it out.
Whoa.
Sorry, Big. Sorry, Froggy. Can't chat. Gotta go help our friends.
No problem, Sonic.
I know what you're thinking. I'm good. And powerful, apparently. Jealous?
Sonic has had a big year.
He's got a schedule. He's got no time for anyone.
I mean,
He's gotta run.
how could you have time when you've got the movie, the new game, Frontiers is coming out later this year,
He's
and
got
now
his agent on the phone.
Sonic Prime. I mean, Sonic's a pretty big deal these days.
Absolutely. Sonic Prime is the hedgehog you know and love until an incredible twist thrusts Sonic into a new adventure.
The new series features a reinvented cast and Sonic like you've never seen him before, where the fate of the multiverse rests in his gloved hands.
This time, Sonic's adventure isn't just a race to save the universe from Dr. Eggman, it's a race to save, dun dun dun, his friends.
Honestly, I think Sonic's kind of taking his friends for granted, if I have to be honest with you.
Ooh, that's a hot topic. I mean, how could you take Big the Cat or Froggy for granted? I mean, come on, Sonic.
We're getting into Froggy, wow. We're getting deep into Sonic lore. All right, well, we're gonna find out what happens to Sonic, Froggy, and all his other friends when Sonic Prime debuts only on Netflix.
Okay, so back to the games. We debuted some today based on Netflix shows, saw some fresh ideas from brilliant indie studios. I mean, what's next, Jeff?
I think we're gonna take a look at a few games you may recognize that are making their mobile debut only on Netflix. First up here is Raji, an ancient epic.
In this game, you play young Raji, chosen by the gods to stand against a demonic invasion.
Her destiny? To rescue her younger brother and face the demon lord. Everyone say it together with me. Mahabalasura.
Whoa.
Yeah, see? That's the toughest word in the show, guys.
It's gonna be a blast to play, coming from Notting Head Games later this year. Mark that calendar. Now let's take a look at another celebrated indie coming soon to Netflix. This is Spiritfarer.
steps one takes to move on to a place, a world unseen.
That was so much to unpack. It started with like, oh, okay, cool, it's crafting, there's mining, there's building involved. Oh, okay, it's like got some 2D scroller type of elements to it, and then it's like, learn to say goodbye.
Yes, death is a theme in this game, which came out a couple years ago on Xbox. This developer, Thunder Lotus Games, is up in Canada, and it's a beautiful game, as you said. Like, there's a lot to unpack. There's a lot deeper than you'd think. Spiritfarer is the coziest, sweetest game about, yes, dying, now available for the first time on mobile. I never thought I'd ever say that.
That's a really good way to describe it, my gosh. You play as Stella, ferry master to the deceased, a Spiritfarer. Build a boat to explore the world, then befriend and care for spirits before finally releasing them into the afterlife.
Yeah, there's so much going on, as you said, in this game. You can spend relaxing quality time with your spirit passengers, create lasting memories, and ultimately learn, as the trailer said, how to say goodbye.
That's so deep. My gosh.
It's a beautiful game, very thought-provoking, and has never been on mobile before, but now it's going to be.
There you go. It's such a unique and creative concept for a game, so no wonder it's been so popular. I'm gonna stop sleeping on it, and I'm gonna play it.
Okay, well, if you're looking forward to Spiritfarer, like Mari, let us know over on Twitter at NetflixGeeked.
It is so exciting to see all of these legit mobile games. I mean, how crazy to go from mailing DVDs to getting video games on your mobile device. I mean, what a glow up Netflix has had.
I know, it makes you think, like, what's next?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What is next?
Well, now we're going to head on over to Wallachia for a very special Geeked Week announcement.
Don't listen to her, Richter.
I have no choice.
There's always a choice.
I'm sorry, Richter.
He knows you kill vampires.
But I pray for you.
I'm so sorry.
So part of you has died.
We're looking for someone called Belmont.
Castlevania's back.
Did I hear Richter?
Yeah, I think you did. I mean, I feel like Castlevania really was the OG Netflix gaming show, if you guys remember when that
It set
started.
the bar.
Exactly, an incredible.
And so high.
Exactly, an incredible franchise we all know and love from our childhood, done so well on Netflix. And now Castlevania Nocturne is the new Castlevania series from showrunner Kevin Coldy.
It'll focus on Richter Belmont, a descendant of Trevor and Sypha and Maria Renard during the French Revolution.
Castlevania Nocturne is currently in production, but be sure to get all the latest updates on that new series right over on Twitter at NetflixGeeked.
My gosh, we're good.
Simpatico. All right. We have covered so much today, Mari. Does that mean we're like at the end of the show?
I don't know. Don't say it's so pointy.
I was gonna say, there may be a Point B surprise.
Yeah, there's a ton more coming though, actually.
That's right. Hard to believe, but by the end of this year, there will be over 50 different Netflix games.
So many games. I mean, games on top of games on top of games. It is so exciting, and here's a taste of everything else coming our way.
Take one.
Wow, it's amazing in a year how far Netflix, even half year really, how far Netflix has come. And I was excited to see a lot of those indie announcements today. Clearly games are gonna be a big part of Netflix moving forward. and Also Gaming series. So we had a jam-packed day. I can't imagine what Geek Week 23 is gonna look like if we're on this kind of clip.
No, it was a lot today. It was, and so much to look forward to as well.
It was. And while you're waiting for all of the new ones to drop, there are tons of free games for you to download right now, such as
Point P.
See, guys, we're driving record number of Point P downloads. All right. Well, I'm going to do that right now because that, folks, is our show, and that's Geek Week almost. There's still a little
Almost,
more, right?
yeah, that's right. Don't go anywhere because even though the debuts are done, we're finishing Geek Week with a bang, of course.
Up next, the cast and creators of the Cuphead show are doing a table read of a brand new episode which hasn't even hit Netflix yet, another Geek Week exclusive.
We're gonna be watching that for sure. And then we have the star of Resident Evil live at the Twitch Gaming Gathering, so don't miss that.
Well, that's really fun down at Summer Game Fest. And to top it all off, back here at noon Pacific, join us for a live episode of the Geeked podcast.
That's right, hosts Princess Weeks and Tessa Netting, hi Tessa, will chop up the biggest news of the week and everything you might have missed.
I sure hope Point P's the big headline of that show.
It better be, otherwise we'll have something to say.
Absolutely. All right, so don't go anywhere, but we're going somewhere to download
Point P.
That's right. All right, we'll see you guys next year, Geek Week. See ya.
It is over, 11. You have freed me. You can't stop this now.
Did you ever wonder where every great fairy tale begins? Where the good become heroes and the evil become villains? Welcome. We've been expecting you. What was that?
This is it! This is real!
We're in.
There was a time when sea beasts would ravage our shores, and no ship was safe on the sea. But those days are over.
Today, valiant warriors battle the beasts far beyond the horizon. You're Jacob Holland, a weapon against nature's darkest design. And I'm joining your crew.
Oh, no, you ain't.
Hey, put me down! Let me go!
We'll be off to kill a monster!
You stowed away?
Yeah.
I like this kid. We're dropping you off at the nearest port. Hunting ship ain't no place for a kid.
But you joined the ship when you were my age.
Hold on, Maisie!
And look at you now.
That's not the same thing.
Isn't it?
No, it isn't. The Drakemoor's thick with monsters. Monsters that want to eat us. We're not keeping it.
But he's so cute.
You and I have a different idea of cute. Just don't move. Let's be going. I see a fire in her. Same fire I saw in you. The monsters I can handle. We got it right where we want it.
Wait, Jacob!
That one. She'll be the death of me. I swore I would do everything in my power to keep people safe.
You can be a hero and still be wrong.
The ocean has sent us its worst, then we'll send it right back.
I've always wanted a pet.
That's not a pet.
But I already named it.
Let me guess. Blue.
Aww.
They said the world would end in 2036. But they were wrong. The world ended a long time ago.
Umbrella, a company besieged by a scandal, is now trying to reinvent itself.
Alright, so let's see what's going on. Oh, okay, so they also had that same thing too.
Everyone keep your mouths shut.
Marriage is complicated.
Oh, it's pretty cool. CD Projekt Red. Cyberpunk.
Sorry, welcome to jail.
Oh, so it is Cyberpunk.
3 people are now out. We have found Chandler.
It is Cyberpunk, an anime.
As I told you, there's 3 towns. We're gonna close off one.
That looks pretty good, actually.
We're gonna drop them on top floor. So
An anime Cyberpunk.
close in 15 minutes, and then we'll find all
Been soul-free this entire time. They've just decided to shut it down.
Come with me to the Inkwell Isles. It's just off the coast, maybe 29 miles. Where there's good and there's bad and then there's in between. With Cuphead and Mugman, you'll see what I mean. I dream that rockets trouble never end. Watch these demons don't dance, they make you pray.
a little itchy. You know how we had you guys all carry around a book bag? In this book bag was a sleeping bag. Under the sleeping
Missing California woman Alexis Gabe may have been the victim of a homicide, according to police.
Due to the information that has been yielded during our long and intensive investigation, I must announce at this point that we believe Alexis Gabe is the victim of a homicide.
24-year-old Alexis has been missing from her Northern California home since January. A reward for information on her whereabouts has risen from $10,000 to now $100,000.
Dang.
Police say by examining a large amount of digital and forensic evidence, they have come to this determination.
Our joint investigation has led us to believe.
That's crazy. Well, I guess in like 30 minutes we can try to check out the new Resident Evils.
Maybe I should just.
So.
I just started pulling everything out of that backpack. I was just like something in here. So let's take you to jail while we chit chat. I've never been there before. Oh wow! We're so excited it's you. The alarm clock scheme worked, and we found someone. Ben was found. Ben's reign is over. That means one of you guys left actually has a chance of winning $70,000 now. But we're coming for you.
I was about to follow Ben. It's a good thing I didn't.
Let's see what our good Stonewolf Gaming has to say.
Zobos, and welcome to 10 Minutes Till Dawn. Click on in here. So I believe this is just the demo, but it looked really cool from these screenshots. Let's see what other guns. Shotgun, crossbow, flame cannon.
We are about to find
I want a flame cannon.
I have a strong.
Alright, let's get into the game.
I know Carl's here. You might as well give up.
Waz?
I know you're in here, Carl.
Alright, so I think.
So here we are with Mary Lisa.
Okay, so this is just kind of like a don't die and shoot.
Halfway through the game.
Which I am incredibly bad at, but I find them incredibly
This is the real walk of
fun.
shame.
I think another popular one right now, though I haven't seen any videos on it, just kind of from what I've been told, is choose upgrade, is Vampire. What is it called? Vampire Survivor? Vampire Hunter? Vampire something. I think kind of takes a very similar route to this, where I don't know, maybe you're a vampire and or hunting vampires. We just have a dagger now? What does that do? Does that hurt us?
No.
Yo, I don't think you've checked.
Well, looks good, my guy. So.
It's a little convenient that this is on top of the dryer. No.
All right, let's see if there's anything. I guess Summer Games was here yesterday too, so.
What's your location, over? Come to the jail. Meet me there.
There's not another person. Means there's 4 people left. I'm one of them.
Kelly is out. 4 of you remain. Thomas, Tyler, and that Carl kid.
Currently, there are still 2 quadrants left. We're thinking about closing the second one. How many of you think that's a good idea?
We
Because it started off with State of Play, I know that for sure, for PlayStation.
Now because of that, I'm screwed. Dang it.
Trying to look for ways that Carl's little squirrely body could climb.
I'm searching for Carl. Thomas, where are you?
It was so bold. Tyler Conklin, no! You're trying to get that good shot. No! Yes, I saw your camera lens. Hey, Jimmy, I caught a little sneaky snake. Tyler! He was trying to film
Modern
me.
Warfare.
Clemens is only $2 million and $70,000. Where's this big guy? It's not Tom.
Tyler was the 7th person out. 3 remain. Carl, it's you versus the 2 Thomases. Are you really gonna let the Thomases outdo you?
My middle name is Thomas, so I feel like that's good enough.
Tell me where it is and I'll tell you what the pay is. Carl, Cody has found out that you're kind of close to the jail. Is that correct? Hey, Carl. Right here.
Fort Salos.
I don't see anybody in here. Oh, did you? No. So I'm grabbing Ben out of jail to help me find people. Where do you think someone would be hiding?
I think someone would probably be this.
I see some fresh footprints here.
These are definitely new.
Wait, what about a baby?
Don't come back this way, though.
Ooh. This is where his focus goes. Dude, it is blizzarding. I'm determined to search over here. I think someone.
Fall Guys.
I get back to look further. Hey, buddy. You traitor. You're a traitor. I've been here for so long. Really? Were you here when I walked by? Really? Yeah.
There's footprints right here. Somebody might have tried to hide there.
That's a really good spot, dude. You know, like I didn't think anybody would be looking over here. I'm freezing. Guys, guess who we found?
High water.
Mr. Thomas? Welcome to jail. There is 1 Thomas left and the Carl. Carl, how do you feel now that you are in the final 2?
Oh, shit. Is this Dead Island? Oh, no, it's Ghost
Thomas,
Simulator.
what's running through your mind? You took 60 grand from Carl. Are you going to do that again? I would never do that again. Because I'm going to take 70 grand from you, Carl. Yeah!
Spider-Man?
East to the left of this town is massive. It's going to be very hard to find something.
Oh, Midnight Suns, yeah. That one looked pretty good, too, as well.
No one's in it? No.
No! I definitely thought somebody was in here. This is too good of a spot.
Ooh. It's stupid. No one in it? Ah! Where are you? Carl and Thomas, we cannot find you. So, you guys have to
Neon white.
to the hiding spot in a different building.
You're giving 10 minutes to go find another place. Different spot now. As you can see, I'm sitting literally in snow.
So, as you guys know, Chris has been helping me search. And
Oh, pretty cool.
And now we're recruiting a 4th person, Tyler. We are the search squad. So, hey, Carl and Thomas, just so you know, we sent Tyler and Ben out looking as well. There's currently 4 people looking for you. Good luck.
We can't move because Tyler knew where my last hiding spot was. I think I'm safe. It's just a matter of time before one of us gets found. I'm here.
Where are they? Carl, Thomas,
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
we cannot
Shredder's
find
Revenge.
these guys. You two want to help us find people? Come on. We now have 2 more people searching. That is 6 total. You 2 team up, try and find them. How could they have such a great spot and then move and then have another great spot? Both of them. Look at swamp spots. Where are they? I don't understand how they can hide this. I don't think I've ever been this frustrated in my entire life. At least it stopped snowing.
Come in, Jimmy.
What's up?
Think just found somebody.
Cody, you found somebody. Everyone to the church. To the church. Cody found somebody. No way. We literally tried to get this. Wait. I hit you all.
Soul Hackers 2.
We found Carl, which means Thomas is the only one that remains. Thomas, you just won $70,000. Carl, say hi. I think you. Oh my God.
The Quarry.
I feel like we need to be best friends, boys. Look how happy we are. Everyone hang out tonight? I'm kind of busy, sorry. After a very long Blizzard, Thomas, you won.
Saints Row. Dark Tide.
We are playing hide and seek for $50,000. There's 10 of them. Last one found gets the $50,000 in cash. You have
Oh shit, Layers of Fear.
19 minutes.
Layers of Fears.
Whoever's found last gets to keep the money. I don't care who it is.
Let's do this.
Damn, then no Layers of Fears. There's the Tribeca games, I guess.
No. Be with people or away from everyone. I don't know which one's more nerve-wracking.
Gigabash.
Or nothing. There are 1 minute left. Remember, Chandler, you can't get out until we start the challenge. Damn. What you mean? 30 seconds. What do you think about stop? Pretty good. Time's up. Ready or not, here we come. I think a good strategy would be to just walk down all the hallways and then afterwards we go in all the rooms. That would be great. It's right. Someone's in here. What? There's 10 people we haven't found. This is the basic. We're going to start with this room. We're going to work our way around all the rooms. Whoever's in this room, you're done. I think there's someone in that corner right there. Oh, man. Look at this place. What freaking what? No! Alright, come on, you have to do it. I'm the first one.
Yeah.
Yes, you are. You really are the first one out. You were the first one found. You must now spend the night in jail. I am happy to report that Chandler has been found. 9 to go. She's snatching up contestants! What the hell? 9 more to go! And we're only on the second floor. There's so many places to hide. I guarantee you there's someone hiding in this. I found the ladder. This building. Not the first one. Somehow we lit up. Abracadabra. No.
I'm deeply confused of what's going on here. Raw man.
We never checked this ball. Wow, you can have a lot of balls in this ball room.
Rocket League, new season. I'm surprised about how Rocket League survived for this long, which I'm glad. I thought this game would like legit die out really fast.
My hypothesis is either Tyler, Jake, or Garrett is constantly calling us. We're probably trying to find our location.
Of course, you got Fall Guys, and it's free.
Give me a little scoop. Not like a giant scoop. Oh, was it?
Duh.
We're coming after you over now.
50 grand, something like that. Those for your place.
Big celebration for Fall Guys.
Give me a little scoop. Not like a giant scoop. I'll take it. Wait, it's just a giant version of myself. This thing's kind of cool. It reminds me of the new figures we're selling in partnership.
That's pretty cool. Epic Game Store.
Before we go any further, I need to tell you about our new collectible toy. You see, we're spending millions of dollars next month, and I want to feed Chandler. These are
Oh, here comes Saints Row. Oh no, it's Fortnite. I was like Saints Row. It looked like Saints Row.
Chandler, how much are they? $29.99. And what's free? The shipment to anywhere in the world. Are you gonna buy? Yes. Also, 3 random people that buy one market will get a golden ticket. If you get this giant golden ticket, we will deliver this to your house. Also, we might let you read a video.
Damn.
Limited edition, they're out now. Go buy. Buy. Who knows? Go buy, and I'll remind you at the end. Let's go back to hiding. Chris, this is a big room. Someone's gotta be in here. Not there. Not there. Yeah. No. No one's up there. Just check it here. We just discovered a brand new area. Even over here. These are motion sensor back. This motion sensor was already triggered when we came down the hallway.
Here, Jimmy. He's coming. This is it.
Great. I found you! Oh, yeah! Yeah! Alright, here we go. How's it feel, guys?
Alan Wake 2.
I know. He's huge. But to be fair, we haven't even done it. Because we really need to find people. You all have to move to a different floor than you currently are on within the next 10 minutes. We are going to be scoured. I'll even give you a turn on the second floor. Good luck.
Ico. Nine Inch Nails.
That would be hilarious. It took a while to get up. It was at the basement, too. That's not open. Sorry, go, follow me.
We've been working hard since our beta, and now is the best time to play Rogue Company. We've added 9 rooms, 7 maps, 9 weapons, and 12 games. We'd like to thank the entire community for your continued support. Rogue Company would not be here without you.
Now we're officially launching Rogue Company. Leading up to launch, we worked hard on quality of life improvements
Dude, I heard someone coughing in the elevator. It stopped on this floor.
We're launching with a brand new Rogue Juke. Quick-witted and quick on her feet, Juke outplays her opponents with her rocket dash and turrets. It all starts with 4 weeks of accelerating events available for all players.
Welcome to prison. Marcus is small. Do you think that small is crazy? Huh? Dude, on it.
We're not done yet. At launch, we're releasing a new battle pass called Wasteland Wilds. New skins, new modes.
To celebrate the Epic Games Showcase, we have a free bundle in the shop today.
When we went to move that earlier, it was heavy. Moving it just in was like a family. There was someone in there earlier. We're running out of time. We need to do something. Do you think we pull another double height? Attention. We are definitely running out of time and there's still a lot of you left. So I need you guys to go to a floor that you are not currently on. 10 minutes. Good luck. They're probably all on. Let's do it.
Looks pretty cool. I haven't played Rogue Company before.
Our life is on.
It's free? Okay. Spore. Space Bombs. I've heard about that game like, I would say a long time ago, but I just randomly happened to hop on it.
There are currently 6 people in jail, which means there's only 4 of you left. Only one of you are going to walk away with $50,000. I hope you guys hide.
I'm a robot. Saints Row is always a good game. That's pretty badass, actually.
So the 4 of you that remain, we have about an hour left. We need to spice some things up. So, we're going to limit the range to 2 floors. You have 10 minutes to get to floor 2 and 3, and you need to hide on those 2 floors. I believe in us. These people are really good. Let's go back to the fields instead.
Saints Row Boss Factory. Download for free now. Oh shit.
Oh, you know what the best thing to do with Chandler's YouTube is? Wow.
Shit, I might download Boss Factory then. Unless that's like a...
We have a new friend for you. 3 more. Let's scare them off.
Row Boss Factory.
We found Jacob, so only 3 of you remain.
Jimmy just said on the radio that there's only 3 of us remaining.
1995.
What? 55? Marcus, no! He literally goes, Marcus, I'm sorry. And then I just see you just bolted. We found a new member. Come on in.
Spore. Yeah, I don't care. What is it already?
It's not my fault. It's just the name of the game.
There's 2 people left.
Jake Weddle didn't know.
We found Marcus, which means 2 of you remain. Mr. Weddle, Mr. Ben, you 2 are now competing for $50,000.
It was kind of what I expected.
Now, since there's only 2 of you left, you both have to migrate to the 3rd floor. First one found loses, and the other one will get $50,000.
They're confining it to the 3rd floor. I'm on it.
We are now ascending from the 2nd floor to the 3rd, where Ben, Jake, reside. Start off here. We're going to do a sweep.
You did a great job.
Get every room
just saying.
one way around.
Yeah, it's on the choose platform. Oh. I got Xbox One, but Epic Games.
Let's not tell them. Should we just go home? Forget about them? Yeah, I think it's probably just head home. Dude, that's a good spot.
Well, let's do Xbox.
The winner of the $50,000 game of hide and seek is Ben. We need to let go into prison. This is what prison is. Alright, Ben, now I'm gonna awkwardly hand you the money in front of everyone. Maybe you should buy them some stuff. I don't know. Subscribe.
It's boring.
I hope you enjoyed. Goodbye.
It was such a good time. Now I'm going to be able to actually give my family and everything a good Christmas, you know. Really excited.
Well then, congratulations. Enjoy 50 grand.
Thanks, man.
This product is currently unavailable in your region. What the fudge?
This could equal $1 million.
How's it feel? It's kind of scary. And welcome to the number 2 slot. How you feel? Is this easier or harder than you thought it would be?
Maybe I should just check if there's
How do you feel?
I'm freaking out, not gonna lie. I have a huge fear of heights.
Last one of you guys to fall into this pool of water gets a chance at $1 million.
No way. And here's what I mean by that. We are doing 4 last elite videos, and the winners of each.
It should be Resident Evils, right? Coming out.
Dealing with the echoes of the past and the mistakes of the past to try and sort out the situation in New Raccoon City 2036.
This is
I'm gonna just minimize that until it starts showing Resident Evil type stuff, I guess we'd say. As with that, I want to check out Steam if they got it, unless Saints Row is just an exclusive thing.
So how are you going to pick all the other people?
I'm glad you asked. Here's how. If you buy merch or follow me on Instagram, you'll be entered. It's that simple. We're going to randomly pick people who follow me on Instagram or people who buy merch in between now and the next few challenges, and we're going to invite them down to compete. And I'll remind you about that at the end of the video.
So we gave each of you guys a coach, and we made them wear the same shirt so the viewers could tell. Cameron, your coach is Chris. Alberto, you have Marcus. Colby, we brought you a Chandler. So you can go ahead and just get out now if you want to.
No, don't say that.
And you are assigned the big guy. So there you go. You each have a coach. They'll get you whatever you need. Whoever falls last gets to move on and compete for $1 million. Good luck.
I want to see if I can get you a bottle of water like up there. Let's give it a shot.
Oh, hey, Cameron, this matches your shirt. Oh, good catch. A banana for you. Oh! He didn't even move.
So Chris, we're going to do our first challenge. There's seats behind you, and you can earn time for sitting to help you win. The first challenge, for 1 minute of sitting, you have to throw your contestant this egg, and he has to toss it back without it cracking. And if you do that, he can sit.
Dude, I was never good at sports.
Understood.
All right. All right, Marcus.
Here's an egg. Great shot. If Chandler catches this, you get a cent.
No cracks. So since they completed the egg challenge, she gets a little bit of sitting time.
There's your seat.
Colby gets to sit for the next minute.
Congrats! You're helping your contestant. While Colby's wrapping up her sitting time, let's see if you can earn him some.
It is perfect. I will lower the seat. So, Colby, your minute is up. Stand up. Try not to fall. And now we will take her seat back. And Jake's contestant won some sitting time, so give him his seat. Coming down behind you. One final thing. If your contestant wins, they go on to compete for $1 million. To incentivize you guys to help your players win, if they win the $1 million,
I feel like at this point.
you better win to incentivize you. I'll get you anything you need. That's $100 grand. And this
I did turn off our mic. Oh my god.
You guys also have money on the line. Let's do the but from further back. This time it's for 5 minutes instead of 1. Don't cross that. We have $1 million on the line and our marker's a bag of chips. This time we'll just do if he catches it. He can sit for 5 minutes. That's 5 minutes. I'll go lower it. Here you go, Tom.
You're looking for someone who don't.
Sports, not getting. So who thinks they're in first place right now?
I mean, honestly, right here.
You think you're in first place?
Nice.
Who's that? That was sabotage. You have to do 10 laps around the pool. You can't throw things at the competitors. I can do what I want. When I smell sabotage, the lights turn red.
It's Morbin time. What? Yeah.
Well, there we go. There's 1 lap. This is what happens to sabotage with you. Now it's time for our first incentive. This is the unicorn of gifts. First person to get out can have an iPhone, AirPods, Beats.
Yes, installed.
Nobody?
Oh, I can look up my Steam.
Things are lasting a while. Brick lightning.
Huh? I don't know.
We'll just cut this from.
Oof. Can't look at my Steam just yet, but
16 ropes. Are you going again? Oh. 50. Oh. 5 of the 20 ropes are gone. How does it feel?
sucks it out of that real fast.
Alright, turn the lights back to normal. We're good. You almost got me out. My bad. You guys have 10 minutes to draw one of your contestants. I will then let people on my social media.
Unavailable. I just want to play some Boss Factory.
It's 10 minutes of sitting down. 3, 2, 1.
Thing to capture people's attention. So what are we building next?
Me. And you ready for this?
Oh, it's actually not that bad.
Get ready for this masterpiece.
No.
I love it. You see it, right?
Alright, so I got the Epic Game Store Summer Game Fest. Yep, I got you.
I drew everything.
Trying to get Boss Factory, but it says product activation failed. Do I have to pre-order just to get the free beta out of that? $159?
If you guys decided that Jake is the winner. What? Yeah. The winner of nothing. Chris Saxon.
So sad.
Didn't work.
How does that feel, man? Oh, look at him. He's laying all the way back.
I guess I'm installing the engine, I guess. I don't know.
It's been getting pretty tough. So I want you to call a family member and try to get some motivation. Hey, how's it going? Your brother is suspended above a pool, and there's 4 other people. Whoever gets out last.
I guess I can't do anything, I guess.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, Mom. So I didn't tell you what you thought.
Alright.
Mom, it's a competition. I can't have my phone. I'm competing for $1 million.
So that's in 26 minutes away.
A lot of trouble when you first meet her, and she finds herself transported into this new world, which is kind
Or
of.
she's playing Resident Evil.
An iPhone, an Xbox One, a PS4. That's what was up there earlier.
I don't even know what's happening now.
In New York? Where is it happening in New York? Is it New
It's Tribeca Games. And that's 26 minutes, yo. I don't know if I should do that or not.
Way earlier.
Yeah, way earlier.
No, I'm just saying, like, that's a lot of stuff, man. Like, you know, if you go a long way with that. I know.
He's considering it. You gotta jump now.
Fulfilling your destiny.
other chances. Call me on Instagram or by merch. You can have a chance. So, here's all your items.
Tell me how you're feeling. I was already in pain. It feels good not to be out there anymore, though.
You're out there for no joke, 13 hours. 13 hours.
Well, thanks for coming. Appreciate it. I hope you had fun. Yeah, bro. Sounds pretty nice.
Yes, good job, bro. There's only 3 of you now. How does that make you feel?
I feel hyped. Yeah, I feel optimistic.
Colby, how do you feel now that he's gone?
I'm ready. I'm hyped.
How about you, Cameron?
I feel like I got more space to kind of just do what I want, and I feel more confident now.
One of you will get a chance at winning $1 million. The other 2, nothing. So, good luck. She's moving over to close the gap. You're right, actually.
In honor of his exit.
Red lights. We started with 20 ropes. We're down to 15. I think we'll just do this. So now we're down to 14. Now we're just gonna 30. I'll let you guys vote. Should I count one more?
No.
What do you
Yeah.
Colby, what do you think?
I mean, obviously.
Okay, that's 2 yes. You want to get this over. If I cut another, that puts us at 12. Wow. We're dropping rope. 12 it is. Wow. You guys are running out of things to stand on. Lights back to normal. We'll cut some more ropes later. Just kidding. Turn the red lights back on. Oh my God. Jimmy's not playing with them. Psych, nah, just a joke.
Let's see, I got
How many hours have we been here?
Chrissy, Vicky, Vicky.
Oh.
Each
Oh,
of
here
you
it is at the game
still have
launcher.
a contestant. What do you want to say to Cameron?
He knows he's a beast and a warrior.
What do you want to say? Doing amazing. You? Awesome. If someone gets out within the next minute, I'll give them $5,000.
He knows he's a beast and a warrior. We'll love to see it.
That's what you wake up to today.
Why is it $895? Is it even on my reel?
I'm gonna donate some trees, maybe go do some shopping.
AED.
You're contestant, then your contestant remains. Now that Cameron is gone, it is you two fighting for a chance at $1 million. So, we'll start off with you, Colby. Cameron's gone. How you feeling?
I'm feeling even more confident. I'm going to win $1 million.
How about you? How are things going now?
48.
And he's lasting 48 hours? Okay. Whenever you get tired, remember, $1 million is a lot. And your brother would be really sad if he didn't win it. Okay, have fun.
Alright,
So
hold on.
Chandler had to leave. We're gonna put you in charge of Colby. For the next minute, it'll be $10,000 if someone gets out. And it drops back to 7. You can do better.
It says $93. I don't know why it says $93.
And then it pulls back to $7,000.
Let's push it. It's not so long.
You have 40 seconds to win $10,000. You can just lose in the $1 million round and get nothing. Well, right now you can offer with $10,000.
$10,000. We were waiting on that.
Here, you could take that 10K and split it with your twins. He'd be happy with it.
Or you can break this million and potentially win $1 million.
But we're in it to win it.
Yeah!
5, 4, 3, 2.
We came to win. We came to win!
That is a very tired but determined man.
I love that Akira.
$7,000 still on the table. Take it whatever. Rope cutting time. Once I start cutting some ropes, what are you gonna call?
Here we go.
21 minutes. Alright, hold on. I might have to change some things.
3 down. Sure. Make a call. You want one more?
Yay!
I don't know how many you're making on, but it's not many. Alright, good luck.
Here you go. Follow me. How far back are we going?
If he doesn't catch it, I cut another rope.
You gotta catch it, you ready?
Yeah, sure, why not?
So close. Marky Mark. Chandler disappeared. So you're in charge. Here you go.
Are you ready, Colby?
Right here. At me.
2 ropes to do.
Oh my God. 2 ropes.
Red light in. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ropes. Oh. Now let's go to the other side. Nice. And now let's just use the money side of this. Here, do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
They said it was I was in
There are
Arabic.
now 3 ropes remaining.
And 7,000. You don't even got nothing to hold.
Guys, just don't budge. What do you want me to do? Just cut it down to 1 rope?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's ask our consultant, Cameron. We're up there. You know how they feel. Should we go down to 1 rope?
They've been up there quite some time, so I say
Say no more. 1 rope. Red lights. 3 ropes remain. I know you feel different.
I Feeling that?
Yeah. Okay, to the other side. Still 10 grand. Anyone want it? Card to end your suffering. So we cut one over there. One rope remains. There's officially one rope left. We could cut the last rope and do last fall of water in one shootout. But I'd only do it if you both agree to it. You want to do it, Colby?
I mean, might as well get it over with.
So you're okay with me cutting the final rope? Oh my god. We're cutting the final rope! We're about to cut the rope. What's going through your mind?
I'm just thinking about my brothers. I'm not gonna do that.
Aww. I'm cheering for you. So what's going through your mind, Colby? How long do you think you'll hang?
Not very long, it's one weekly, so.
Well, you agreed to it, so we'll do it. They both agreed to this, let it be known. 30-ish hours comes down to this. Jake and Marcus are going to cut the rope on both sides at the same time, and whoever can hang the longest wins. Whoever loses will still get 10 grand, because why not? 3, 2, 1, cut! Come on, let's go! This could equal $1 million.
But you just wanted 10,000 though.
Yeah.
And here is our winner. He is going on to compete for $1 million in a few weeks. If you want a chance to compete against him, make sure you follow me on Instagram or buy merch. 3 more of these. All 12 people in the future 3 challenges will be people that follow me on Instagram or buy merch. You can face them for $1 million.
Now this one's for my brother.
I think we should call him.
Yeah, I think we should call him. Guess what your brother did?
Oh my gosh, please tell me you won. Yeah, bro.
Yeah, he did. He got the dub.
I did it for you, bro. I said, no, this means a lot to you. I know you wish you could have been here. So I did it for you guys. I know it's going to make my life a lot better if I can exactly that 1 million. I'll do it for us, though. I love you.
Dang, I'm crying now. Oh my goodness. We'll see you again in a few weeks. Later, guys. Also, don't forget, we're still selecting for the next 3 last minute videos. If you want to compete, follow me on Instagram or buy my merch. Trust me, guys, I care a lot about you international people, but when trying to comply with laws in America and other countries at the same time, it's just hard. So sadly, this sweepstakes is only US based. Also, quick added, we have a big problem with people impersonating me. I will only DM you provide verified Mr. Beast Instagram account. We are doing 4 last play videos, and the winners of each are competing in a 5th one for $1 million. You are currently watching.
Okay, I don't know why this is. Why is it installing Fortnite? Stop that.
This is Omar and his coach is Jay. This is Troy and his coach is coming off a couple losses. And this is Payne and his coach is Marcus. One of their body parts must cross this line for the challenge to swim. If they don't, we have crash. If they don't cross it, they're not out, but I'll determine if they're making an effort.
I'm very distressed.
You guys can split it 50 cents.
I'll give you 2. Hey, Tree.
That was scary. I can't hear now.
We're doing the first challenge. Stay behind that bag of chips. Here's a marshmallow. If you land it in his mouth, you get to push him for a minute.
Boy, if you don't get.
This is where everyone else was. Since you're Chandler, you can go up here. And you're not Chandler, so what? There you go. Kobe! Now that he's pushing you, is it easy? I want to make sure I'm very clear. You guys cannot touch the contestants or the red lights will be forced to come on. I'm not touching it.
No, no, no.
Let me show you what happens if a contestant touches one of you. Oh my god. See how they get suffering? This is why you guys shouldn't touch them. I don't care if you're out there, if they swing and just touch you with their opponent. Like that? Wait, did you? Yes. Okay, just got touched. I won't put this far. We'll put this.
Yeah, I don't know why it's under Arabic currency.
Now
I shouldn't be under Arabic.
Oh my god!
You know you're saying that you have to win.
I'm gonna win in the day. You have to run through them without getting touched. We're gonna use the smoke to make it harder for them to see. Nope.
You should just get good. I can drop that.
Got it! So this challenge has been going on for a while. I think it's time we bring out the unicorn of wealth. The unicorn of wealth right here. We have some beats ripped off of AirPods. We have an iPad, a speaker, and an Alienware laptop. Here for the next person that gets out. Laptop.
I know you want to get out now. Go ahead and grab it. Okay? Not that. Oh, not Marcus. He just said not that, but he said something bigger. You might want to have to go have a talk with him. You want to be the first one out 2 times in a row?
Oh, no, don't just say that.
Mr. Nick, I can tell. Nick, go grab it.
What'd you just say? Are y'all arguing who's gonna get out first? Is that what this is right now?
A business deal, and we're gone.
A business deal and you're gone. You what? Now here's my question. Are you gonna beat him to the
These
front?
look better. Okay.
So you're saying you're ready to go?
So, Nick, you openly said you're struggling.
Okay, so that looks better. That looks way better. Somehow my stuff was like in Arabic and everything else. So this is the Epic Games Store. Okay, get the demo for free. Maybe I can get it now. It says it wasn't free in my... Okay, there you go. Nice, that looks better.
My legs hurt so bad. How you feel now? I feel like my legs are in bad shape right now.
Me.
We are so good at this.
Which fool wanna challenge me? Got a pack on your back with a strap, can't relax, cause you know there's no guarantee. I ain't never talk as a fact, don't react to the test of the mass and the cavalry. Stay correct, it's your majesty. Savage, never knew, never had the feel.
Seriously, this is perfect. Dinner and a show, baby.
I just know, at least within all the Saints Row games, they all been. Let's install this fool. Yes. Okay, so I don't know why it was in Arabic, but it was, and now I'm just glad that it's not. Now that that is installing, we got 9 minutes for the Tribeca Game Spotlight. So, until then, Volume 2 for Stranger Things.
If he wins today, he competes for $1 million in a challenge in a few weeks. So if he plays his cards right, he can become a millionaire. So I want you to just encourage him and give him some motivation. I'm gonna hand it back. Consult the team. Yes. Consult the team. But the team's asleep. Yeah, it feels like this is a costume. Divided by this panel, 100% more constantly. Because the work they have, this is happening before that. Like that's the thing. You woke up Jake, you woke up Chandler, now it's to offer them some money. You know how we do things? Sometimes people just need a little bit of a nudge to get out. Would you agree, Chandler? For the next 30 seconds, if someone gets out, it's $10,000. What did you buy? Let's go into your microphone. You want to get the million? But even if you win here, you still have to win another challenge after this. You could not win that and be in the same scenario, but with way less suffering.
Oh my, you did a smile on the face this whole time. Yeah. Right? Would you have taken that deal?
Is over 11.
Do not do home fridge. Don't break.
That looks pretty good. July 1st, Volume 2.
Someone gets out in the next 30 seconds, I will give them $10,000 in cash. Oh, I told you that. If Omar wins, he's going to get like a picture up and the winner gets extra. Get 10 million.
That was pretty good. Alright. 5 more minutes. I'm trying to. Give me come. Alright. Oh wow, and it launches already. Oh, let's see. Oh. Alt plus F2. Balls Factory. We can create our own boss, yo. How should this boss look like? So we can make anything we want. What? I forgot about that.
Sit on the toilet behind you. It's a little high up. Sorry about that. Last one of you to get off the toilet gets a chance at $1 million. And as weird as this sounds, I'm actually being serious. Here's what I mean. You are currently watching the third video of this series. The first video is last to follow. The second one's last to follow.
I don't know what to create, yo. You have chest size, huge.
We put some people on the toilets, and we grabbed $1 million, and now we're here. And today's video is special. Chandler is actually the coach of 2 people, Josh and Brian. And Chris is also the coach of 2 people, Jenna and George. If you guys win, Chandler gets $100 million, same with them. So they're motivated. Feel free to make them do anything. You guys can't rest your feet on this thing after May Day when you're literally just sitting on a toilet.
Oh god.
Alright, it begins.
I don't know why he's wearing that outfit though.
I know. You've been on the toilet for 2 minutes and 20 seconds. How do you feel?
It's pretty comfortable.
You've been on the toilet for 3 minutes. How do you feel?
Alright, let's upper face.
Chandler, which of your 2 people?
Muscular woman.
Since you missed, we have to call the plumber, and he's going to move your toilet up slightly. If you won't notice much of a difference, it's only the first pump. How many did you do? So then we have to do 2 per. Do you notice the difference? Nope. After about 50, you'll probably be literally hating it. Throw away that baby doll. Mama! There we go. What time of a higher? His little squeaky toilet. Yes. He knows what not to do.
Alright, Rogue. Oh man. Alright, sure, we'll apply to all. You know, we'll make a E-boy. Not even E-boy, I don't know. Finboy, maybe. Let's see, they said we can make anything we want. Essentially like Alfonso in most of the animes that you see. I just need the monster can right there. Prosthetics. Oh, wow. Oh, I did not know you could have prosthetics. That is odd. Modesty. Oh wow. Wow, you can show the nipples too? Dang. They're making us live our live-long dreams where we can actually see nipples on Saints Row.
I'm gonna get our food delivered, so I'm gonna give you guys y'all pass it back and forth to whatever y'all want. Tell me. We got some nuggets. We got tartar sauce. We got tartar sauce.
Usually I see him wearing black mask, actually. There you go. That's something like that, right? Leggings.
If you're ever in a Mr. Beast video, practice your plunger flip. Alright, you got a couple of pumps. How do you do? Great. You can take a couple of pumps. How's that do?
Thanks. Those look weird.
I need to buy my house.
Okay. I'll definitely buy a house or a that's
They all look the same, just different thickness. So we can't do anything with the eyebrows, maybe?
Pretty great if you ask me. Damn, this place is coming.
This is a vibe. I'm ready for whatever today has.
Pretty great if you ask me. You're definitely one of us, mate. Welcome.
Make money doing nothing.
Time to hit the dusty trail.
Getting swanky in here.
I think I'm ready for some action. You're meant to be pushing buttons, not just staring like you're watching telly.
I don't know what I'm doing. Alfonso. Huh?
We'll take a nap.
Okay.
Our prizes for today are Oculus.
Huh?
When you'll bet.
Oh. That kind of changes things.
Why was he gonna go with it?
I need a laptop. I'm not time.
Alright, I don't know. Alright, hold on. We'll just continue on doing this and create a boss. I don't know what happens after we create a boss. I think it's just for us to create a boss. Let's go check out this Tribeca Games.
She's kind of a hot mess at the beginning of the game, and that sets up an interesting dynamic for the player to get to know each of her exes.
Because your third grade boyfriend just walked in the door.
We're almost twins.
Every time you battle one of your exes, you go into their inner space, like a fantasy land.
You look surprised to see me. Or are you just admiring?
So the way we design combat is based on like a non-violent beating up with each other. What I consciously did was not to have any punches that connect. All of the props are being used as thrown objects. Punches and kicks exist, but they only exist in the form of like the holographic fist that comes out.
Come on, Sergio. Let's dance.
Did I mention I spent a year abroad? I learned a lot of music.
Trying to distract me with your chest hair is definitely cheating.
When we started thinking about the visual inspiration, it was about coming up with a style that matched lightheartedness and the theme of the game. I wanted to create artwork that felt light, that felt bold, graphic, with vivid colors.
I love you, Chala. I have loved you since our hands met reaching for the same tub of lime green Play-Doh.
Love you? This is the longest conversation we've had in over a decade.
I enjoyed the fact that this game is about reconciliation because that's something that a lot of people don't get to do in real life.
How's it going? Great. I want to introduce you.
I'm sorry I came off so strong. I've had this fantasy in my head for so long. It's time I got to know you. I'm ready to move on.
Glad we figured that out.
In a lot of families, food plays a large role in the culture and a large role in learning things from your parents and being able to pass those on. And it's a part of Jala's journey, being able to reconcile that relationship with her parents. It's an outlet for her to be able to do that on their grounds and, reconnect with their culture.
Since things are starting to get hard, the next person to get out, I'll give you $10,000.
Skating session on a game is supposed to be really easy and accessible. I didn't want to make like this hardcore skate simulator, so the way I designed the game is to make the players be able to do fun looking things like wall run grinds and other acrobatic tricks on the skateboard without the complexity of buttons.
From where we're coming from, we're making this game because we want it to feel very similar to immigrants and people of color and particularly like South Asians so that they can see themselves. But I think it's also a very enjoyable act of like speculation and fantasy for anyone else, come be part of this. We're making a role-playing game. Part of the pleasure of that is in inhabiting someone else and living their life. And I think that's kind of what we want to give players, this idea of being very grounded in Jala, this very specific character, and her story and her personality, some of which is shaped by her culture and some of which is who she is.
Bless guys. That's a one-on-one. His body is in peak physical shape. Look at this. Look, he's sitting down and he has abs. Look at my back. I'm straight through. Alright, we didn't have to actually mock it. Alright, I'm just gonna go.
Thirsty suitors.
Imagine a world where the richest people on the planet move to Mars in the midst of climate catastrophe. In the Cub, that's the question facing a child who's found a way to survive in the rooms of the mutated Earth. But when the ultra-rich return on an expedition, then they get a lot more than what they bargained for.
Demagogue Studio is a group of filmmakers, writers, architects, musicians, animators and developers who make interactive experiences for a generation that might just live to witness the end times. We started experimenting with a couple of satirical games that led to Golf Club Wasteland, our first commercial success. Currently, we demagogues are working on 2 games, one of which is a prequel and sequel to Golf Club Wasteland, a 2D cinematic platformer called The Cub. The Cub is essentially the Jungle Book set in an urban Silicon Valley-like apocalypse.
You are going to compete for $1 million. $1 million. You're going against Akira.
After the Great Climate Catastrophe, the ultra-rich have evacuated to Tesla City on Mars. The rest of us died. Years later, when a research mission revisits Earth, they spot a human-like mutant kid while playing golf. Upon discovering the Cub, the science expedition turns into a relentless safari-like hunt. The kid ducks and dives through urban ruins. The little barbarian bastard has a plan.
I am the son of no one. I am the son of no one.
While traversing this vibrant post-apocalyptic world, the Cub wears a space helmet he scavenged from a dead Martian. The helmet airs Radio Nostalgia from Mars, a radio station based on Mars, streaming music and stories of Tesla City dwellers' memories of their former home, Earth.
Radio Nostalgia from Mars.
The radio callers are nostalgic for our today. This is Future Archaeology. Future Retro. A sci-fi scenario that prompts us to re-evaluate the things we already have today. From friends and family to basic things like air and water. As Marshall McLuhan would say, we march backwards into the future. Similarly, the brutalist architecture in the environment serves many non-obvious functions. Brutalism stands for the 20th century and its apocalyptic war history. It stands for faith in large-scale progress through technology that spans multiple ideologies, which led to breakthroughs but also to pollution and climate change. In the 21st century, we have a brutalism of the soul, a reordering of the human psyche through the internet, as exemplified in the millennial pink neons peppered throughout our game's cityscapes, such as digidopamine or doom scrolling. Modernist architecture looks powerful, yet it's already turning into ruins, just as humanity might. The game is an homage to cinematic platformers such as Heart of Darkness, but also old-school Sega games like The Jungle Book or Aladdin. Further inspiration is drawn from classic literature, cinema and popular culture, a reflection on our commitment to storytelling and world building. The game has numerous interactive objects to find that enrich and inform the narrative, and also poke fun at future and current events at the same time. Hopefully, the game will make people feel, open the players' minds, and thereby bring a change in global politics and a universal bliss for all humanity. You know, what platformers are best at: enlightenment of the soul.
In 1998, the fates of 2 families converge at a motel in the Arizona desert, where a robbery gone wrong changes all of their lives forever. As the tale unfolds over the next few decades, step into the shoes of multiple characters to decide how that night will alter the course of their lives through a unique art style featuring actors digitally integrated into a beautiful cinematic world. This is As Dusk Falls.
Hello, I'm Caroline.
And I'm Charu. We're excited to be here and we'd love to tell you more about Interior Night and our game As Dusk Falls.
Oh, hey there. Got your car towed back for you. You were right. It's more than I can fix with duct tape and a socket wrench.
What do I owe you?
Nothing. Your guests.
Get it right back, quick. What in the world?
On the ground, now! Oh, I said get on the ground!
As Dusk Falls is an interactive story, the decisions you make do have consequences. Our story is a crime drama that explores the intertwined lives of two families over 30 years. We have the loving family, the Walkers.
So, what's next? License plate game? Another round of row, row, row your boat?
And the Halls, which are the more desperate family.
Come on. This is 2 Rock, not NYPD Blue. Now get looking for that safe.
As you play the game, you will be stepping in the shoes of different characters. First, Vince, the dad, who is rooting his family to Missouri.
You are my flock, and I plan to herd you to St. Louis in high spirits.
And on their way in Arizona, they get caught in a hostage situation. There's also Jay, who is one of the members of the other family, the hostage takers, so you get to understand the world from his perspective.
Jay!
What?
Head out of the clouds, little bro. Look, there's enough cash in that safe to put the last few weeks behind us. We stay alive, we keep the house, everything goes back to normal.
There's our third main character, who is Zoe.
Daddy, are we gonna play?
You bet we're gonna play.
Who you see across the 6 chapters from when she's 6 until she's 19, and she's becoming this young woman.
The visual art style of our game is unique, and it was crafted especially to tell this compelling story. It mixes beautifully painted 2D characters and sets them in an evocative 3D world. We filmed genuine and nuanced performances from actors to capture complex emotions and facial expressions. Players don't look at pixels, they watch people in all their humanity.
When it comes about writing the story, we work probably a bit more like TV. It's a very long process, it's dozens of versions of script. So it's not a linear one version of the story.
This looks pretty interesting.
All the choices, all the narrative space, all the branches feeding into one another. It's kind of a 3D map.
How could you have thought you'd be happier without your family? I mean, without mine, I'd be...
I don't know. I guess I just never liked being tied down. Family, I felt trapped.
We wrote every character on a place of empathy, and we try not to be judgmental towards any of them. We try to understand each of them. And I hope the players will feel the same way and try to empathize and understand and relate with all of them.
Did you get the money? Oh, we got it all right. Nice work, guys.
Hold on tight!
Huh.
Family meals are a time not just to create memories, but to share them. For Venba, the mother of the family, cooking is a way to connect to the culture and the life that she has left behind, and pass those memories on to her young son. Each recipe she teaches him is not just a list of ingredients, but a piece of a much larger story about where he comes from, who his family is, and the challenges they face. Here's a taste of what's to come in Venba.
How did you get started in game development? Well, basically, I took a quiz online to figure out what my career should be back when I was in high school, and after I did the quiz, it said I should be a video game developer.
Daunting, isn't it? Very, very straightforward. She's like, I guess this is my career path. Imagine like if everyone's career path was like that.
This Mega Man style boss rush game about this depressed superhero whose superpowers are only to make balloons. We were a couple of months into the project when Abby texted me this paragraph pitch of Venba. I remember the day I was eating at a restaurant with my mom and my sister.
Venba is a narrative cooking game where you play as a Venba,
who moves to Canada in the late 1980s. But during this move, her recipe book gets damaged. So as the player, not only will you be cooking various South Indian dishes to restore these recipes, but you will also be exploring the story of this family and the unique challenges that they face.
And the idea resonated with me so much. Maybe because my mom was there, I felt a connection to the idea because it's about a mother and a son. It was too compelling to not work on, so we decided to move on to Venba.
Venba at its core is about the relationship between the mother and the son. One aspect that we wanted to touch upon was the loss of language. As Kevin grows up here and grows more assimilated, he loses touch with his mother tongue Tamil, and he adopts English instead. So as a result, the literal communication between Venba and Kevin is quite broken. And you can see this in the recipe book given to Venba by her mother as well, because in the travel, the words and the pages get damaged, so as a result, the communication between generations there too is quite broken. Venba, who feels a lot of guilt for having moved to Canada in the first place, doubles down on the things she holds dear, like her culture, her language, her food, the longer she stays here. So it becomes really important for her to fix the recipe book, because for her that's a way for this link to persist across generations.
In our household, we very rarely ate outside food, so cooking was very important. Everything was made from scratch and daily. And unlike Venba, there were no recipes. Food was just made by testing, taste, improvising, and asking around.
The cooking gameplay specifically was a big challenge for us. Most cooking games that we know take a lot of the physical elements of cooking, like chopping an onion or flipping a pan, and turn those into actual gameplay mechanics. This didn't really fit the theme and the story of Venba, and that's where the damaged recipe book idea came to fruition. We thought that a puzzle-based cooking game made for a much more compelling and appropriate gameplay mechanic.
I wanted the sound effects to be really realistic and reminiscent of a South Asian kitchen. I recorded like the dishware that we use, some utensils, just items from the kitchen. But that also involves a lot of recording of actual cooking. I wanted the sounds to be very nostalgic. For those that grew up in a similar background, I wanted this emotional impact to come across through sound.
The music in this game, it primarily comes from an in-game radio influenced by Tamil movies and music that were a huge part of my life growing up. And we took a lot of effort to make sure that the songs sound like something you would hear back home when you would turn the radio on. It was the hardest thing for me to choose what recipes get showcased in the game. It's impossible to do justice to the wide range of dishes and cuisines that we have. Instead, I just focused on what recipes would make for fun gameplay puzzles and what ingredients would this family have living in Toronto.
Even though the story of Venba is pretty firmly rooted in Tamil culture, we think it hits on some pretty universal themes.
The influences for this game, it primarily draws from the stories of the families that I see here, especially the relationship between first-generation parents and their children.
We're hoping that in the future we'll keep being able to tell these kinds of intimate stories through gameplay. You know,
pretty interesting.
It'll make you want to call your mother in the end.
2 years ago, the game A Plague Tale: Innocence invited audiences into the world of Amicia, a teenage girl living in 14th century France. As Amicia, you had to use courage and cunning to protect your 5-year-old brother Hugo from soldiers of the French Inquisition, swarms of rats carrying the Black Plague, and the supernatural evil coursing through Hugo's veins. Now, Amicia and Hugo are back in a new adventure called A Plague Tale: Requiem. Get ready for hand-to-hand battles on ruined castles, thrilling adventures on the high seas, and yes, more rats than ever.
This is what I can't wait for. I played the first A Plague Tale, and it was really good. This one looks really good. That because, you know, it looks more badass.
Qui est Asobo en fait? Asobo, on est un studio de développement indépendant. On est depuis le début et depuis toujours. Au départ, c'est 12 passionnés qui font le studio mis dans un garage. Évidemment, on est 250, on a été rejoint par 250 passionnés aussi. Et c'est ce qui nous permet de faire des projets incroyables comme Microsoft Flight Simulator et Plague Tale Requiem par exemple.
Is it?
The bite, yes. They've knocked the arena down. They let them die here.
It's starting all over again.
Plague Tale, c'est notre bébé à nous, c'est en tant que studio indépendant, c'est la première fois qu'on se lançait vraiment dans quelque chose on va dire de personnel, d'intime à l'équipe. On a commencé vraiment de la feuille blanche au départ. Donc on voulait un jeu d'aventure, un third person action adventure. Et on s'est dit qu'en fait notre meilleure chance c'était de partir de notre spécificité de français en fait. On est dans un pays chargé d'histoire, Bordeaux est chargé d'histoire, on vit tous les jours dans des murs qui ont plusieurs centaines d'années. Et c'est quelque chose qu'on manipule avec justesse, et c'est ce qui nous a permis de donner au jeu une identité vraiment forte et de s'écarter un peu du côté heroic fantasy et d'aller dans quelque chose de plus cru qui correspond exactement à la nécessité de construire une histoire qui s'ancrait dans le réel pour mieux partir dans le fantastique et dans l'émotionnel quand c'était nécessaire.
I don't know what's happening to me, Lucas. I feel my mind going.
Une grande sœur, un petit frère, c'est quelque chose qui résonne en nous, qui va parler un peu à tout le monde. Et donc ça a été vraiment le point de départ. Hugo et Amicia, ça a été les premiers personnages qui sont nés.
Amicia, la grande sœur, et sa manière d'appréhender un petit frère dont elle n'avait pas la charge et tout d'un coup elle va en avoir toute la responsabilité. Hugo, qui est un jeune enfant qui ignore tout du monde, en réalité est chargé d'un pouvoir et qui le dépasse. Et comment ce duo va grandir ensemble et réaliser l'histoire beaucoup plus grande qu'eux qui est en train de se réaliser, donc ils sont les acteurs principaux.
It's bleeding again.
Yes, we should fix that before it gets infected, I guess.
Amicia, donc c'est une jeune fille, c'est pas une guerrière, donc le gameplay de Plague c'est un gameplay plus orienté sur l'infiltration.
Plague Tale.
Le but étant toujours d'être plus malin que les ennemis pour survivre, que ce soit les rats ou des ennemis humains. Après Amicia, il y a des moments où elle va devoir combattre, elle va devoir faire face, donc avoir des phases plus orientées action, plus orientées combat. Toutes ces phases-là construisant un rythme narratif qui vient servir l'évolution du personnage, donc son rapport à la violence, son rapport au monde, à chaque fois est nourri par la variété de ses séquences. Le contexte de la peste était intéressant parce qu'il était vecteur d'émotion et de danger pour les enfants. Mais incarner une maladie, c'est jamais très évident, surtout dans un jeu vidéo où on doit avoir une adversité pour lutter contre quelque chose. Donc on a utilisé la représentation la plus symbolique de la peste, qui était les rats. Ça faisait une belle incarnation de la maladie, mais pour que ce soit impressionnant et qu'on ait cette sensation de propagation, il en fallait des milliers. Il fallait qu'on ait ces rats qui se déversent dans les champs, dans les forêts, pour montrer la maladie qui progresse et qui ravage tout sur son passage. Donc les rats sont une version amplifiée d'une maladie qui se propage. C'est à la fois une menace mais un outil pour Amicia, c'est-à-dire que grâce au pouvoir d'Hugo, grâce à ses outils à elle-même, elle va pouvoir utiliser les rats pour progresser parfois, mais souvent elle va devoir faire face aussi pour trouver un moyen de les traverser sans se faire dévorer. On écrit nos chapitres un peu comme des épisodes. Cette impulsion qu'on a quand on regarde une série, la retranscrire en jeu vidéo, c'était essentiel pour nous.
C'est une technique d'écriture assez large. C'est vraiment une architecture globale qui vient rythmer tout le jeu et bien sûr la narration vient se coller à ça au plus près. Alors chaque fois avec des challenges différents parce que sur les phases d'exploration on a toute la liberté au niveau de dialogue, etc. Parce qu'on sait que dès que le joueur va rentrer dans une phase de combat, là il va être beaucoup plus focalisé sur ce qu'il est en train de faire. Donc c'est à nous de pondérer, de dire ok, ce qui est important on va aller le raconter plutôt ici, là on va laisser faire le gameplay. Et donc tout ça, ça se fait avec Kevin. Enfin voilà, c'est une discussion qui est permanente au fil de 3 ans de production, constamment de faire évoluer le jeu autour de ça.
You should sit down.
Oh, so that's all you have to say? Come on. You can do better than that. You have a whole garrison here, why don't you really let yourself go? Stop! No! Do you see the situation we're in? We were just supposed to get herbs.
Faire plein de projets nous a obligés à avoir des outils à la fois à la pointe de la technologie, mais très modulables. Et le fait d'avoir par exemple notre équipe engine à la maison, ça nous permet d'aller les voir directement et dire on a un challenge relatif au jeu qu'on est en train de développer et il nous faut un moyen de le solutionner, et ça permet d'atteindre des prouesses comme par exemple les gigantesques hordes de rats qu'on voit déferler sur les villes dans les trailers ou des choses comme ça.
Mais après, on a vu aussi nos faiblesses à certains endroits, notamment, il a fallu s'en rendre compte, hein, les cinématiques qui demandaient une logistique très lourde. Donc en fait, on a vraiment investi sur un studio motion capture qui nous appartient et qui nous a permis d'avoir une énorme flexibilité en termes de tournage.
I don't know what's happening to me, Lucas.
Her face be all weird.
I feel my mind going.
Donc Olivier de Rivière, notre compositeur, c'est quelqu'un qui amène énormément de choses dans le jeu, et donc il arrive, il a plein d'idées. Et là, on parle vraiment d'émotion, on parle vraiment de comment colorer des scènes donc avec de la musique.
Et il y a des moments où il nous sort des compositions incroyables, et on regarde le level en face ou la séquence en face, on se dit tiens, c'est super ce qu'il a fait, mais nous on n'est pas au niveau du coup. Donc il va falloir se battre un peu pour remonter nos trucs et accompagner sa musique, parce que ça marche dans les deux sens.
L'amour vis-à-vis de nos personnages, c'est une chose qu'on ressent nous au quotidien. Et moi je sais que dans le travail d'écriture, c'est quelque chose qui est fondamental. On ne veut rien faire gratuitement. On sait que le jeu peut être très très noir, très très dur, mais il y a toujours une raison à ça. Ça suit vraiment une forme de logique.
À chaque fois qu'on écrit quelque chose ou qu'on réalise quelque chose pour Requiem, c'est quand ça sonne faux ou quand ça passe pas, on sait que Hugo ou Amicia nous disent non, j'aurais pas dit ça, j'aurais pas agi comme ça. Et donc c'est amusant parce qu'ils font jouer avec nous en fait un peu.
Would His Majesty allow us to enter the city by his side? I allow.
Requiem.
When Cuphead came out in 2017, the first thing people noticed was the distinctive cartoon art style, inspired by the golden age of American animation where every frame was drawn by hand. Now, Cuphead is back with a new adventure called Delicious Last Course, with a whole bunch of new enemies and ways to die, and a new heroine named Ms. Chalice. So, if you are up for the challenge, get ready for Cuphead Delicious Last Course.
The Delicious Last Course. This was announced last year.
After the first game released, we had that itch to go back and revive some of the material that landed on the cutting room floor.
Well, looks like it's bon voyage to our old pals Cuphead, Bugman, and the lovely Miss Chalice. They're off on their next adventure, this time to the fabled DLC Island.
The Delicious
DLC
Last
Island, I
Course
like that.
is more fantastical cartoon action. It's a true second
DLC
helping of
Island.
screen-filling, boss battles, imaginative stages, and new powers. This new adventure and expansion lets us really give Ms. Chalice a chance to shine. Swords, and getting a chance to take them on a new adventure to close this chapter of their story is just really exciting.
For there's a new challenge waiting around every corner on the amazing DLC Island.
Creatures and accidentally open a ghostly rift. Oxenfree 2 Lost Signals brings us a different kind of coming-of-age story, one about Riley in her 30s facing the choices she made as a young adult and figuring out what comes next.
Oxenfree 2,
This
what is going
is
on?
Oxenfree 2 Lost Signals. Universe.
I've played Oxenfree 1 and it was pretty good.
Bit of a peek there. We could climb down here. Also, it might take a little longer. I just don't think we can make the gap.
I can make it, probably.
Can you? Because...
Well, we'll see, won't we?
Riley! Riley! What I think has allowed Oxenfree to have such a long life in the hearts of our players are these characters. It's all about the characters.
The characters of Oxenfree are intended to feel like people that you would know.
You're invested in their well-being.
The issues that they deal with are ones that everybody can relate to. What does it mean to lose somebody that you love? What does it mean to be entering a new moment?
I played
of your life
Oxenfree 1, that was pretty good.
It's open-ended enough that you can always ask yourself, what would I do in this situation?
Watch your step. I don't think this was meant for tourists.
It's, sort of pretty, in a way.
No, it's amazing. In another life, I would have been a geologist. Or took at least an intro to geology course, you know?
Oxenfree is a game about some really relatable characters, but put in crazy, unrelatable situations.
Riley's from Kamina, and unlike Alex and her friends in Oxenfree 1, Riley did not have the best time growing up in this area.
The first game, really tight kind of focus on a few classmates. This game is about Riley coming home and interacting with Jacob, who is somebody who she went to high school with, dealing with her father, dealing with a whole host of new characters that are along this coast.
If you know the tunnels well enough, you can walk to and from practically any point in town completely underground.
Have you, been down here before?
Me, personally? No. Some of the kids do, or did, in high school. We'd crawl in here, light a fire, hang out, or whatever. But I'm too little a fan of small, dark spaces to really see the desire.
We're really looking forward to people playing with Jacob, who is their kind of main counterpart throughout the game.
Take a look at Jacob. He's got this questionable facial hair. He's got the hipster hat.
Funny how just a little light makes everything both less and more spooky. Weird, right?
And his animation also gave him that laid back kind of, hey, I'm just hanging out here in the woods, not being creepy.
Jacob actually has direct ties to the events of Oxenfree 1, and particularly the history of Maggie Adler. Maggie was the woman that first kind of discovered what radios could do. She was the one who was kind of tied to the events that really kicked off the whole story.
Hey, if you're on this frequency.
Yes?
My mom used to tell me stories. That's why I'm calling. Because one of the stories was about tonight and the things that are going on.
The cool thing about the radio is that it opens up a whole different axis of exploration to the player. It's not just exploring Edwards Island as a space, it's exploring Edwards Island as an infinite number of kind of radio frequencies. Certain objects in the game will resonate with certain frequencies.
Hey, it worked, I think. I mean, we're not dead.
The alternate timelines in the Oxenfree universe are really interesting because it allows the player to explore the possibility of going back and changing the past.
I think we're back when the mine was somewhat operational. I don't think anyone's around. Let's, see if the Time Tear opened anything up.
The player gets to open these portals in time and go through them and talk to these other ghostly characters. Portals are getting open when they don't want it to happen, and so they've got to deal with the ramifications of that.
Portals are fascinating, very beautiful, very mysterious, but ultimately very dangerous.
Jacob?
The stakes are very high for this one. One, we've got a new set of antagonists who are actually actively trying to open a portal on their own for some nefarious reasons. But two, while that is happening, we're seeing tears in time. Those tears are allowing things from completely other timelines to start coming in and out of of our timeline. It's going to be much less about some localized little thing in this town, and it's more about the fabric of time and space kind of melting down.
I mean, look, when you're messing with the time-space continuum, that's just a bad idea.
Riley, come in, Riley. Can you hear me? Riley? Riley, are you there?
Looks pretty good.
In Immortality, created by Sam Barlow, full transparency, I'm a huge fan of his previous games, Her Story and Telling Lies, you don't just find one, you find 3 unreleased films spanning over 3 decades, and they all star Marissa Marcel, who has since disappeared. So, can you watch footage and behind-the-scenes clips and interviews to piece together the mystery of Marissa Marcel? This is Immortality.
What is your name?
Marissa Marcel.
First heard about Marissa Marcel in 2015. I was at a party in Hollywood and I was listening to these old guys, writers, producers who were big in the 70s. They were swapping war stories, gossiping, and one of them brings up the story of Marissa Marcel, this actress who shoots 3 movies over 3 decades, and none of the movies ever comes out. I was interested. After the party, I went home and I Googled and found very little of anything online, but I was intrigued, so I continued to dig and attempted to find something more concrete.
Now, we know you from the movie that you just finished shooting. It is finished, right?
Yeah, it's finished.
Yeah. If you don't know, it's a bit of a fairy tale. So Arthur Fisher, the great director, who you probably know from his movies such as Marion and The Man Who Dreamed, was casting for his new movie, Ambrosio. And so instead of casting a recognizable face, he wanted to find some fresh talent. So he put the word out and saw, how many was it, 10,000?
I think it was over 20,000.
20,000. He saw 20,000 girls, and long story short, he picked you.
Yeah.
2 years ago, we were approached by an anonymous donor who handed over this huge cache of film. In it was footage from rehearsals, behind-the-scenes B-roll, and completed shots from the shoots. As far as we can tell, this is everything that remains of the 3 Marissa Marcel movies.
Before I go, I would like some token of our friendship.
You could have walked away from this.
We brainstormed how best to use this footage, how to make it available to the world. So first we very carefully cleaned and scanned all of the film, digitizing everything. But there were enough gaps where we weren't able to cut full movies.
So we took some of the ideas from my earlier games, Her Story and Telling Lies, the idea of a more exploratory way of viewing film stories, and we built on that. We created a virtual movie over, a way of looking through the footage as if you were back in the editor's suite with Arthur Fisher and John Doerr. And to build on this idea, we came up with a new mechanic, a kind of visual concordance.
Does this work as confession?
Exploration by match counting.
Good work.
When you're watching, at any point you can stop and point to an image, an actor, a prop, and the system will create a match cut to another piece of footage with that image.
Now it's worth more.
So you kind of surf through the footage in a way, following a breadcrumb trail of visuals, creating your own montage. It's both expressive and exploratory, like the best of video games.
What's going on here?
When you have a situation like this, where no one really knows what happened to Marissa Marcel, people tend to fill in the blanks. Their imagination goes to dark places. I would not use the word.
Immortality. That was pretty interesting.
Do you ever wish you lived in a simpler, safer, more optimistic time? Trevor Hill does. He lives in Arcadia, a utopian American town in the 1970s where the future seemed brighter than ever. Like the other citizens of Arcadia, he is a contestant on a reality show where viewers are secretly judging his every move. When Trevor learns the truth from a rogue technician, he goes on the run. But how do you escape in a world where everyone is always watching?
En American Arcadia, nada es lo que parece.
Now in its 55th season, American Arcadia.
Es que Arcadia es en realidad el reality show más visto del planeta y está gobernado por rankings de popularidad.
Control subject on the run on camera 4025. Interrupt broadcast immediately.
Bienvenidos a Arcadia, una ciudad retrofuturista de los 70, donde todos los ciudadanos disfrutan de una vida de confort y de lujos sin saber que están siendo grabados las 24 horas del día. Para nuestro protagonista Trevor, que vive una vida simple, aburrida y feliz, esto es un problema.
Life was mundane.
Y cuando descubre la verdad, tendrá que escapar de Arcadia.
American Arcadia. This one looks pretty good.
Por otro lado está Ángela, es el ángel de la guarda de Trevor. Es una hacker dispuesta a todo con tal de salvar a una persona normal, por el mero hecho de hacer el bien.
The hallway to the server room is tracked by 3 surveillance cameras. I need to get close to the cameras and upload the loop footage from my cell phone.
Uno de los puntos fuertes de American Arcadia es la dualidad entre Ángela y Trevor. Y eso también se ha intentado transmitir en cierta manera.
Get over that crane, Trevor, quick!
The crane?
Yes, trust me!
Oh no.
Tenemos dos tipos de gameplay totalmente diferenciados. Por un lado tenemos el Side Explorer, con acción y plataformeo, persecuciones y, como no, puzzles. Por otro lado tenemos la jugabilidad en primera persona, con un tono un poco más pausado, que nos lleva a experimentar mecánicas de exploración, estilo y hacking, usando siempre los puzzles como parte central de la jugabilidad.
All the videos are uploaded and playing the loops. I can enter the server room now.
Y bueno, para American Arcadia las referencias más visuales más inmediatas son el show de Truman, la fuga de Logan, El prisionero y algunas otras. Lo cierto es que muchos de los miembros del equipo nacimos y crecimos durante la década de los 70, por lo que no hemos tenido que ir muy lejos a la hora de buscar inspiración y referencias visuales, puesto que la mayoría las llevamos ya dentro de nuestros propios recuerdos. Muchos de los programas de televisión, series, concursos, etcétera, que veíamos en nuestra niñez, pues están presentes de alguna manera en American Arcadia. Una visión bastante brillante y colorida de lo que serían los personajes, los ambientes, incluso el mobiliario, representan esta versión utópica y bastante kitsch de una ciudad de los años 70.
Siempre me gusta tener un tema principal para el juego y diferentes leitmotivs para los diferentes personajes que se van uniendo en una única banda sonora donde se van mezclando y representarán los dos mundos, tanto el de los 70 como el del futuro, mezclando elementos electrónicos y orquestales.
Hey, I can't see anything in here.
Jeez, man, just hug your teddy bear real tight while I try to turn on the lights, okay? Is that better? Now, let's try to find a way out of here. Trevor, are you wheezing? You're in terrible shape, man. Did you get any exercise at all?
No, not since PE in high school. Because of my metabolism, I don't easily gain weight, so I don't usually do
Okay. I'm not here to judge your lifestyle or your dietary habits. Just save your breath and keep going.
In American Arcadia, what we want to tell is that you don't need to live just for getting likes on social networks. Just do the things that make you happy. You don't need to care about what the others think.
That was pretty good. weirdly that they had Cuphead in it. I didn't know that was a Tribeca game, but hey. Alright. I don't really know if anything else is happening today. And if so, we could just probably go back into, that guy's face is scary. There's another one. Summer Games, Freedom Games Showcase. I don't even know who these people are. It's Cringe Fest, yes. Morbin time. Anybody else doing stuff?
Vaping made my social anxieties 10 times worse. I used to be stressed about going to school.
You got into a police chase.
Oh shit, you got into
I
a
see.
police chase. How many police were chasing you?
Maybe 25 cars.
What?
25?
Wally was on a 20.
Was it on the television?
Yo, that's crazy.
I have the Chevy Tahoe 2005 and
Can you?
Welcome back to IGN's Summer of Gaming. The festivities continue tomorrow, but right now, we'd like to let the good times roll. Freedom Games is a publisher founded in 2020 that was built on the very notion of partnership, supporting independent developers and helping them get their games made. In partnership with Freedom Games, IGN is proud to present a showcase of all the upcoming games they've got in the works. Enjoy.
It was always a dream to make a video game. I guess everyone wants to do that.
You really want to make fictional worlds. You really want to make your own universe.
So we decided to move it.
What started off as kind of a passion project turned into having a small staff and full funding.
There's a lot of firsts here in this project.
We knew it was like kind of way more than we could handle, but we just work hard and put our minds to it and make the game we want to make. We think we'll be super successful.
Good Heavens is a cozy open-world sandbox crafting game with procedural map generation and storytelling. The player's goal is to improve their base and character while exploring a rich world with different biomes, races, cultures, and cities. We offer a unique dynamic class system for co-op multiplayer, enabling various playstyles. It's possible to play a game as a fighter, farmer, cook, miner, trader, or even as a card player. Each player in multiplayer can play individually within the team. Some of them are exploring, slaying monsters, and doing quests from the cities. Others are building the base, farming and taming animals. Traders are building roads and trying to find unique resources from other cities. The team events gather the team together. Slaying a boss or organising a beer festival can be team events. The world of Good Heavens is created procedurally. Moreover, the races,
Alright, sorry you're hearing my brother snore, huh?
The history of the city with its neighbours and their behaviours are
When I get my new place, it won't be like that.
Come across wild combinations. The town of nudist elves are radical and aggressive as part of their behaviour, so they're attacking anyone who enters their town with their clothes on. Another random combination could be BDSM-loving vampires or creepy werewolves. It's a comedy game, and we do everything with that in mind. Once we create the world with its towns, cultures, and history, the world will start interacting with itself. The cities will start evolving according to their cultures and their respective technology path. They trade with other cities and harness resources from their environment. If the player gives them the tech, they will continue their evolution. They will make new buildings. With those buildings, they will make new weapons. And eventually, they will attack their rival city and destroy it. A single action by the player can lead to enormous outcomes. If you're watching this, then it means we want you on board as well. So jump in. What are you waiting for?
Good heavens. That was pretty cool. Even though I just now came into it.
I would say that it's an endless
comedy engine that you can play forever. You can play Brute Heavens in a casual way or in a hardcore way. It's up to you. The game has a massive scale map. We have different biomes and we have different resources and animals and monsters on each of these biomes. And we have also this NPC and cities layer on top of this. So you can build your own base and you trade between those cities and you try to find a balance in this world in the end. And every time you restart the game, there is a new challenge waiting for you. Some of them that is a more developed city, and they go into a small town, and then they become a larger town, and then they become a city, and then at the end they became metropole. But in order to arrive into the latest state, you need to find all the resources that specific culture is requiring to evolve. You're trying to find out what's going on. You get quests from them, and then for yourself you try to improve your base, you improve your character, so you kill some monsters, you hunt for some animals, and you craft some things for your base and yourself. And every time you restart the game, you find that these races and cultures are different from the previous game, and there's some kind of a new story in between them. That's the procedural part of the game. These cities will have different ambitions, they will have different relationships with each other, and you will find different quests in each time you restart the game. It enables you to tell different stories every time you restart the game. And we don't want a linear game that's the same every time you play. I mean, the magic of procedural generation is to give you a different challenge every time. So you're building your character, and you might try to build a farmer character, for example, or a warrior character, or a trader character. Starting with the biomes, each of these biomes can hold different races, and each of these races can have different cultures. Depending on those cultures, they have different buildings and classes in those cities. So those guys you can trade with, a quest from, and just go into some dialogues with them and try to find out about the rest of the world. So depending on how
it's like an alien fantasy
single player or player
style game, which is pretty cool.
The difficulty of the game will change. Our procedural generation works quite well. I was afraid that it wouldn't be this easy to handle a huge map like this. It would create some problems. The second thing is the combat system we are developing right now is somehow better than many of these current multiplayer crafting games are. It's been around a year since we started working on the early concepts and research about the procedural generation. It took us some time to overcome some of these challenges. We're not the first overcoming those, but it took some time nonetheless.
Good heavens. No. Sympathy of war.
Legends tell of a golden time in years past, of great clashes, heroes, and triumphs.
Dang, she got a booty, son. She got a booty class, that's what it was. It's like Advanced Wars, which is pretty cool. Oh, that's cool, but this is unique. You can make your own squads. That's actually pretty dope, actually.
Hey everybody, Phil, lead designer for Symphony of War, the Nephilim Saga. 6 years ago, we set out to create a brand new strategy RPG series. And today we're finally ready to announce the first title's official launch date. And that launch date is right now, today. Please go check it out at the Steam store.
Really?
I think you're gonna love this one. I want to send out a special thank you to everyone who's followed and supported our development along the way, and to everyone who gives it a try. We hope you enjoy playing it as much as we enjoy playing it.
Sympathy of War. Oh, 20% launch discount. That's pretty cool. She pretty hot. She pretty hot. He pretty hot. That knight behind her is pretty hot.
My name is Phil, and I am the co-founder of Dancing Dragon Games. Symphony of War, the Nephilim Saga, is the first strategy game series that we are developing. It is a political war drama. Your protagonist is a Imperial Army officer. Some shocking events happen. You're framed for murder. You have to clear your name. There's so many twists and turns. You're saving the world, as you do in these games. I love to tinker. I love to experiment. I want to be able to set this up and then auto-back it. I want to have a little bit more automation. And Symphony of War delivers that exactly. It's turn-based, and the bulk of your micromanagement is done before you go into a mission or a chapter in a home-based sequence. And I love that. In the home-based phase, you will be able to buy stuff, and that's hire conscripts or mercenaries. You can buy artifacts at the shop. You'll be able to tech up. You go into the support conversations and have the characters interact with each other, react to the events of the world. You can do friendships, bonds, which is love and romance, and tactical phase is the other half. Your squads that you've built are plopped down into a map. Boom, that's my army, that's my setup, it's beautiful. Mission go. So we've got open terrain, which is your plains, your roads, grasslands, stuff like that, and you've got your rough terrain, so your woods, your swamp, your townscapes. You have your squads, and you've painstakingly made their formation, chosen their class, chosen their leader, their traits, their artifacts, and you send them in, and you go, and then you sit back and watch. The enemy is pretty clever in this game, I gotta say. Hats off to my programmer for that. So, I love the classes. There's heavy infantry, heavy cavalry, light infantry, archery, firearms, magicians, support, and dragons. You start at tier 1, and then you ultimate it to tier 4. You start as...
I want to get that giant woman with Djibouti. That's the one thing I want.
50 classes, I think we've done a really good job of getting a really big wealth of pixel art that we can use. And it's beautiful, very well animated. Yeah, classically looks
Sorry, you can hear my brother just snore.
Things that will shock you, and there are things that will surprise you, and things that will delight you, and things that will crush you. It's just very visceral. The world setting and the characters and the history, it's all years and years in the making. I want this game to really convey that it is an expression of myself. I know how magical that feels to kind of be whisked away into a fantasy world. Trust me, it's awesome.
Well, it looks pretty cool, to be honest, because of that. Is that their logo, or is that their mascot?
There was a time when we forgot who we are. We were ungrounded and destroyed our world in the name of greed. But now, we remember. We remember that we are not in control of nature, but we are part of it. The world is our healer, and we are grateful. We are grounded by the air we breathe and seek balance with nature. We are not separate from the universe. We are an awareness of ourselves. Every grain of sand, every forgotten star in the night sky, and every ray of life-giving energy is part of us. You are here to survive, and you are here to find this wisdom. There is a stillness waiting for you. Go and and find it.
Go and find it.
Retreat to NN.
Looks cool, but I don't know. Games like, I don't know, just games like this, I just feels like it's too much of a flooded market, and just, I really hope there's success out of it.
My name is Justin Hosford. I'm the founder of Head West Studio, and we're making a game called Retreat to Enin. Retreat to Enin is first and foremost a survival game with a more relaxing angle to it and a little bit of mindfulness mixed in. I was trying to make a Zen kind of experience.
I gotta love my dog.
I'd never seen that in a video game before as a core mechanic. Your abilities in the game are attached to your spirit level. If your spirit level drains, your health starts to drain, and you lose the ability to do things like light a fire, craft items, sprint, hold your breath underwater for very long. So you need to keep your spirit level up in order to be more effective at survival. And the way that you keep your spirit level raised is through meditation. Meditation's had a profound effect in my life. It seems like something that maybe the world could use even more of now. And if this little game can help even one person achieve that, I think that it's reaching its goal. For years, I was a film and television composer. Because of that, I was able to focus a lot of energy on the score to this game, and I didn't want to just do the obvious chill Zen music. You know, I wanted to make something emotional, even sad at times.
Make it emotional and sad all the time.
I guess is connecting as beautiful as I possibly could. What connects people to nature, what we've done is made a very lush, full, rich environment. It's not procedurally generated, so every path you take, every valley you walk into, every corner you turn, I tried to make it have its own personality. On the main island of Enin, the tropical island, there's going to be creeks, ponds, surrounded by a huge ocean. And when you go into the redwoods, that's a much larger area. If the player's going to get lost, that's where that's going to happen. The majesty of seeing an elk or a wolf roaming around the Arctic level just looks really cool. All in all, I think that they're very immersive environments. I kind of want this to be a game where people get lost sometimes. There isn't a map or a compass. All you have is a home icon on the last place that you slept. The player's going to kind of have to watch where they're going and just keep an eye on where things are. You got to get out there. You have to explore. There's a variety of animals to hunt on all three biomes, like deer and elk. There are wolves in the game, and we have gillnet fishing. Basically, everything is gathered. You don't cut down trees in this game. You can collect the wood off the ground, the scrap wood and driftwood, and turn that into a beautiful wooden structure with the technology. There is no wasted item in the collection system. Everything has a purpose. It's a hope and a dream that maybe someday the technology that we're developing can actually help us live closer to nature and not continue removing us further from it. So it goes from kind of elementary, basic survival all the way up to building this huge dream retreat. Even when the player gets done with the story of the game, they have the option, if they want to at any time, to return to this huge base that they've built and continue meditating and just have this place they can go to relax anytime they want.
Begin meditation.
I want this to be a game where people just escape to their second home away from home and just be in this peaceful environment that they use their creativity to build. And they're a part of the environment and not destroying it.
That's cool and all, but I don't know. That's all I'm gonna say. It's cool and all. Broken pieces.
If you find this tape, I beg you, listen to it carefully. My name is Elise. I recently settled in the village of St. Axel, a quiet and isolated place in the sea.
But during the annual fair, something happened. Armed troops attacked the village and tried to kidnap us all.
Dang, son.
I barely escaped, only to wake up completely alone. Stuck inside this place that doesn't feel like home anymore. I am starting to lose all sense of reality.
That's got my attention.
I discovered a deeply rooted sickness. When I started to sink into its abyss,
Uh-oh, gun.
I was finally able to see more clearly. Because even if this place is constantly challenging me, it also keeps pushing me to question everything. If by chance anybody is listening, please come help me. I'm not going to last much longer. It's now or never.
Pretty cool. Why she look like she got no arms?
Hello, I'm Elvin Yu, the studio director of Elsewhere Experience, the studio behind Broken Pieces. I am also the sound designer and audio director for the game. Broken Pieces is a game that's set in a peaceful village in France. It's an adventure game where you play a character named Elise. There's like some kind of paranormal phenomena that are happening inside the village, and she cannot escape. Our goal for the game was to really catch the attention of the player, and to do so we had to do something inside a world that's feeling very real, something that's tangible. You try and make the player believe in something, and then you switch their perspective. If everything is very realistic, then when you have things that are paranormal, they meet in the crosspoint with the realism. The player would question at first and then integrate inside its perspective of the world. What we really wanted the player to feel is the anxiety and loneliness that the main character Elise is feeling. Loneliness, it's a difficult sensation to communicate. There's actually only one character inside the game. You don't talk with anybody, you don't interact with other people. You don't have music. When you want to play music, you actually have to use the tape player inside the game. And I think that's what life is about too. Sometimes you listen to music because you want to break this loneliness. Because there's so many moments where you don't have music. You have to have this constant soundscape of what's surrounding you. We did a lot of recording where we live, and we really wanted it to be very present. All the environment were done by my associate Benoit. He drew most of his references from the region we live in and from the places we see every day. All the architecture surrounding us that are not seen a lot inside the video game industry. We are very huge fan of puzzle games, of course, and puzzles are very interesting because they give you the opportunity to insert story inside it. They give you the opportunity to talk about things that interest you, and they give you the opportunity to use the world fully and the exploration and the space you are in. The game is pretty unique, you know, the features there's inside it, the way we made things, it's very ours. We didn't compromise on that. Thanks a lot for checking out Broken Pieces with us, et on espère que vous serez au rendez-vous. Merci.
Hi everybody and welcome aboard. I'm Stefano, co-owner of Stellax Software, and this is our project, a minimalistic narrative game called Monorail Stories in a modern day pixel art setting. So what's the game about? Well, the game will star two different protagonists, Sylvie and Amal, who live in different cities and travel each day on the same monorail. But they never meet because they travel at different times and opposite directions. Along the way they will meet different people and make different choices, but they don't know they are sharing a common story. Because what one character does on his route has consequences on the route of the other card. So every choice the player makes will have repercussions, every choice will bring the player to a different story and to a completely different ending. But what does this game have to offer? Well, so first, the game has a story mode with branching storylines and multiple endings, but we also want to offer something new and not common in this kind of games. So we decided to add an innovative asynchronous multiplayer mode, where what one player does on his turn will impact how the story plays out for the other player. And last but not least, we also want to offer a kind of endless story mode with new contents added regularly. Okay, that was it. Thank you for traveling with us, and I hope you enjoyed this short first ride on the monorail.
I'm Stefano, welcome aboard. I am co-owner of Static Software, very small husband and wife game studio. My wife, she's artistic director for the game, and this is our project, a minimalistic narrative video game called Monorail Stories in a modern day pixel art setting. So the game will start to different protagonists, Sylvie and Amal, who live in different cities and travel each day on the same monorail, but they never meet because they travel at different times and opposite direction. So along the way they will meet different people, they will make different choices, but they don't know they are sharing a common story, because what one character does on his route has consequences on the route of the other character. So basically every choice the player makes will have repercussions, and every choice will bring the player to a different story and to a completely different ending. We have around 10 different endings in the game. The funny thing is that each ending is so different one from the other. We're really surprised at the players. It was a huge challenge for us because we tried different ways to manage all these different paths that the player has. And what we find out really to focus everything on the relationships with the other commuters on the train. Monorail Stories is really about ordinary people in extraordinary everyday stories about commuting, human relations, and destiny waiting to be discovered. In a world where everybody's screaming so loud, we love to whisper. So we really want to give this kind of experience to players. The game not only can be played, of course, in single player, but we added this innovative asynchronous multiplayer mode for 2 players. Well, in the multiplayer mode, 2 different players take turns controlling the 2 main characters. It's cooperative, so we share the same experience, but the choices made by one player during his turn will impact how the story plays out for the other player. Be able to play with a friend of yours or with a complete stranger and share the journey together, knowing that your choices will impact somebody else's game. That's what the game is about. This multiplayer mode, you can play it online, or you can play it on Twitch. The streamer plays as one of the 2 main characters, and one of the viewers can join the game and play as the second character. So really be able to participate together, so play together with the stream. We spend a lot of time working with this plugin because we really believe that adding the multiplayer mode to narrative games will really bring something new and fresh and exciting to the experience. It's really a minimalistic game. You have simply, the characters can only move left and right, they have a button to interact with everything, so it's very easy to play. It's really a game to enjoy. Our idea really came up from our daily commuting and trying to imagine what's the story behind all the passengers, all the other commuters. If I start talking with somebody of them, will my life change? Will their life change too? And it's really a game for pondering life that explore intense and touching stories. Simply enjoy.
My name is Reese. I'm the creator of Boundless Games. We're currently working on Monster Tribe, which is an open world RPG. It's a monster catcher game in kind of like a futuristic native tribe type of setting. What sets this game apart is we decided to go for more of a team-based battling combat, and so you actually use your entire team throughout all battles, and you have a lot of exploration elements that I find maybe aren't explored in most games. Through exploring the environment, you're going to come across a lot of secrets, whether that being treasure or resources or materials that you can use. There's 4 types of gathering you can do. There's harvesting, fishing, wood cutting, and mining. This system helps to give a sense of collection and accomplishment, and almost adding a grinding element to our game. This is our downtime, our off time, to offset the balance between battle after battle. What makes this game open world and non-linear is you can tackle any of the areas in the game at any point that you want to, and you can take them on in any order you'd like. Collecting monsters isn't the traditional throwing some kind of orb or object at it, and so in our game, instead what we've done is we've created a system where monsters drop DNA as a battle reward. You can then take it to the DNA stations, and you can use these to actually revive and resurrect these creatures to then, have them on your team. Monster mutations is a mechanic in the game where you can mutate them using resources and items. And so originally it started off as just a way for us to get more variety in monster encounters. That opened up to about 300 different combinations of creatures. And so we just kind of thought, like, why not throw that into the player's hands? That changes their element, their class, and also their design. Once we actually get into the battle encounters, it is a team-based battling system. So you'll have 4 slots for your monsters, and so you can have a 4 versus 4 battle. And this takes place on a 3x2 style grid. You can have moves that hit all squares on the battlefield, or just the front line, or the 2 middle squares, dodging moves and kind of predicting what your opponent has in their arsenal to strategize through more than just using the right moves on the right guys. You also have to worry about your position, the enemy's position in this group-based, turn-based combat. We've been working on this game for over 2 years now. I'm just proud of the entire process of making it and becoming a better developer because of this game.
My name's Enrique. I'm a solo dev for Neon Blight, which is a small cyberpunk game that I've been creating for the past 4 years. It's been a huge passion project that I've built since I was 17. I describe Neon Blight as somewhat Metroidvania and roguelites. I use the term Metroidvania loosely because it's not a platformer, but it has those kind of elements of an open world map where you explore different areas. That is definitely a bullet hell, especially with the bosses and some of their attacks. You go into a room and then you shoot everything you see without worrying about anything. So it's an open world game where you kill bosses and you go back to your shop and sell guns, items, and anything that you collect in what I call the outer border, which is the big open world combat area. If you survive, you can go back to town and sell your weapons. So the story, basically she's an ex-cop and she becomes a gun shop owner as her retirement, and she's dragged into this bigger than herself story of trying to collect the ultimate weapon before, you know, something bad happens. It's a story that teases a lot of stuff. It makes the player question what kind of world they're in. I think it will lay the grounds for further expansions of the world. There's the main hub called Eden, which is a small town that your player lives in and has her gun shop in. The Neon Stop, which is where you buy all of your items to put in your shop, couches, display units, anything like that. It's a town where you can interact with NPCs and stuff like that. And then there's the Outer Border, which is the combat area. It has 7 different biomes in it. An abandoned forest, the Lone North I call, which is like a snowy biome, a bunker. You explore different shops, talk to some people. I'd say the combat feels pretty solid. It's fast-paced, it can get hectic. There's a few different mobs. There's one called the Demon Gangers, which is basically your generic pistol, shotgun, auto, rifle kind of group. And then there's the Blight mobs, which is, there's a runner that just runs after you. There's one that kind of has a spore, I would say, kind of ability where it's just his head bursts. And then there's bullets that fly everywhere. There's robots also. Quite a bit of variety. I'd say Neon Blight wouldn't be the same without the music. Our composer is incredible, and every time they put something out, I'm like blown away every time. On a personal level, it's very much a labor of love, and for the genre of roguelites, the genre of Metroidvania together, and I think that people that like cyberpunk games will find some nice things in my game, especially in the art style and the world that I built, and that my composer has pushed forward with the audio and the music.
Hello, welcome one and all. Prepare your lips, contestants. It's game day. That's just nasty. Today we're watching a race to the finish. Whether that be the finish line or the grave, who knows? Some have spoken out on social media to say that this section has been designed simply far too hard, and it's cruel.
I first started getting into games probably about 7 or 8 years old, tinkering around with game engines. I started putting games on the web, Flash games and things like that. I always liked the idea of really silly deaths, characters getting blown to bits in like a cartoony way. It's usually an area of frustration, but when you can see your character's head just flying off and blood's going everywhere, it's like, you just got nothing but humour there. I come up with the idea of having like a Ninja Warrior / Total Wipeout death competition. I was actually working 2 jobs at the same time as developing the game. I'd have all these fantastic ideas while I was there. You know, I'd be on the checkout just thinking about Slaughter League, and then by the time I get home, I'd just like, we ended up deciding that it would be best if I worked full time on the game. This game, it sounds corny, but it's changed my life in that way. Whereas no other game had before. It's just flipped my life to where I want it to be. So to finally be able to do this as a job is just insane. I love it.
I've always thought that I would be good at making video games. My mom just sent me a picture of a drawing I did when I was like 8, titled My Own Game. I was diagnosed with Asperger's autism as a child, and I basically kind of just told myself, nah, there's no way I could be in management. But through therapy as a child and then continuing my own efforts, I overcame it. Now I'm doing my dream, doing something I thought I couldn't do. Through this process, I've really learned how valuable people are. There's 20 people on the team. I'm just one of them. And I'm hoping to convey some of that through the game's narrative. You have to have growth and you have to have progress. So for us, with One Lonely Outpost, loneliness helps highlight the value of connection.
Hope I didn't miss too much of importance. Pretty hot. Humantis.
I'm Yoz, the lead game designer of Humantizy. It's an open world
Humantizy.
survival game that you can play on your own or even better with friends. We're only actually a team of 3. Well, we're nearly 2 years into the development of like the actual game. Humantizy is just sort of formed from nothing to what it is like right now. Pretty proud of it. Let's think realism and then can we make it fun? The open world is more or think we're up to 8 kilometers, so we're going to get lost. You can literally go anywhere you want. You can find spray cans and you can like track where you are, and that way of like mapping out where you're going. So there'll be obviously zombies, getting away from them, but there will be other non-player characters, AI like bandits, gangs, some friendly, some not. We have like random item spawners that are created for each building, taking you new routes in like a town nearby. Sometimes you might not get anything, sometimes you might get a little bit. Go to the location and hope no one's moved them before you, or sort of really better than that. That'll be the We decided to do multiplayer updates. You can play alone and go through the survivor guide. Playing friends is definitely how the game is meant to play. That's what we wanted to do. We just felt like it was so much more fun, so you could like have a community of say 3 different sort of buddies, and you could sort of go different paths to sort of into the whole community of one builder and combat guy.
Looks pretty cool.
Farmer, that kind of thing. So yeah, you can kind of mix it up and get the best of that community. You can kind of like invest in the character, so you can kind of level them up, develop skills, gear it towards the play style. When you die, you really get to learn your lessons from the last time. Don't make them same mistakes again. That was one thing we wanted, is that build anywhere. If it was an apocalypse, you have your own house, and you would use what you could to fortify the house that you currently live in. And another fortification was just one of my favourite parts of the game. And that was one of the things that we first started on. We literally began with fortification, and then we expanded to there. But like, okay, what if someone wants to live in the woods, just be like a hunter? So then we've gone for your traditional logs, build walls, build fences, basically give them.
That looks pretty cool.
Build wherever they wanted, build in a supermarket where there might be some food and like maybe like higher ground. That's what we want to do. Because we get some freedom of the player. It's like story writing and play their own way. Say that I'm proud of like what we've done as a team really. First game that all 3 of us have ever done a hardcore survival game that is fun to play. And we hope that our passion for these games shows in our game. People just enjoy surviving in our world.
That'd be pretty fun to play with some friends. Dumb chicken. Sands of Aura.
Talamel is in its twilight. The sands have buried its kingdoms. Corruption unburies its subjects.
Twin Thorns update. Oh, so this is a game that's already out. Never heard of this game. Five new enemy types. Sands of Aura. Pretty good, not gonna lie.
I am Michael Shistik. I'm the art director for Sands of Aura. Sands of Aura is an action RPG in like post-apocalypse fantasy setting. Getting on your sand ship, you're cruising across this desolate wasteland of sand that was caused by this spell plague from ancient times, and the player's gonna unravel and figure out why that happened and maybe what they can do about it. But it definitely emphasizes on action RPG being the difficult, kind of brutal, learn to play it kind of way. You definitely will die a lot. I love a good boss encounter. I love overcoming a difficult situation. And it, for a lot of people, can be very frustrating. But the accomplished feeling that you get from overcoming these challenges, we think is the most rewarding thing you have as a player. These bosses are like the climaxes of those areas, of those levels. So when you get there, we want them to be these cool, amazing, difficult, and almost cinematic encounters. The combat, it's not as instantaneous as a traditional action RPG. There's a bit of weight to the character's swings and actions, so you do have to be deliberate in what you decide to do in combat. Learning how to do that dance with them. You got the dodge timing, and you got the swing, and you got another, like the whip attack, you paired it at the right timing. Like, it feels amazing when you're getting that dance down. The deaths will become less punishing, and they'll come less often as you grow in experience as a player, and we really hope that people have willpower to get over that point. We talk about the grind and how difficult the game can be and how challenging these bosses are, and the boat is almost the opposite of that. It's the breath of fresh air of like, okay, I can kind of reassess myself, I can think about what I want to do. You can ride on those sand dunes, and you can gain speed if you go down the waves, hop off them, and you see the whole horizon in front of you of all these different features. And we wanted the design to be that whatever feature you see out in the distance, there's something there to go and explore. The simplest terms I could qualify how our art style looks is grim dark light. I think when you go completely grim dark, it's just kind of oppressive and overpowering. So we decided to have this mix. There's a lot of gray tones, there's a lot of like beiges and browns, but you'll get these interspersed scenes on the islands themselves that are brilliant color.
Oh, it's pretty dope. I love my dog in
all
again.
the different things that you can see in the game, everything has a meaning, a reason, story, a purpose. Every dead end has a reward. If it's loot or armor or reward, whatever it is, or an NPC or a character, like there should always be something in every nook and cranny. And that's made the level design way more interesting and worth exploring. We want you to play with the different builds. I've always loved in MMOs and different action RPGs when you get to build the character you want to play. That actually mixes up the gameplay, that actually makes you think about what you're doing in combat. We want you to have that customization, so we needed to make sure that the armor and weapons and everything that you find to create, craft, and customize your character is as unique and interesting as possible. The more inputs you have, the more infinite in range of combinations you can make. So there's things like the rune system. The rune system lets you build specific stats into your gear that you want. Like, let's say you want to get more armor, you can put in more armor runes. You can be faster, you can haste runes. But on top of those, there's Spellblade, which is an elemental enchantment that you can add. Then you have like fire, ice, and lightning that can vary the combat in different ways. And then on top of that, there's also armor sets that have very unique set effects that make the gameplay very different in how you approach combat. And then the weapons, there's weapon heads that have an effect, there's the weapon handles that affect the animation and have effects, and then finally there's pommels that all have like a poisoning effect, or like when you hit an enemy there's projectiles that spawn. Being able to build the character you want to play, that was what we wanted to do. Going forward, there's going to be these big patches, and there's going to be a lot that you can check out and that's worth playing. I think we have an incredible team of artists and programmers. I'm proud of our team, I'm proud of our game. I hope everybody enjoys it.
For me, playing games is like building memories.
We're pouring our passion into this game, and it motivates me.
Making the game, it just feels like this surreal experience.
I come from a background that has nothing to do with video game development, and now it's my entire life and my new career.
Hmm.